morning, Mission Vale. We are on Mission Vale campus today, and the Inside Out Engagement Festival is about to begin. We'd like everyone to start coming in, sitting down as we start our program. Oh, lovely. We are graced by Professor Sibongile Mutwa, the Vice Chancellor today. Lovely surprise. All right. Morning, everyone. Goeiemôre. Botanani mawethu, molweni. Elami igama ndinguNtombovuyo, ndizalwa ngumamCirha, ndinguMadlamini. Xa ndizilanda ke ndizichaza uba ndisukaphi. Ndithi ndizalwa ngolanga, uDumakude, oJamakasijado, amazizi amamnyama neenkomo zalo. Ne? So sikhuliswe ngolo hlobo ke, we were raised in such a way where you introduce yourself. You always have to honor the ancient wisdom of those who come before you, okay, as they guide us into the present, into the future as well. So as I stand here, and I believe as everyone is represented here, they don't come alone, you know? Asamsodwa, all right? So in those words, I'd really like to invite everyone to feel at home here. Okay, let's create an environment where we can all breathe with ease, where we can all, share in our laughter and joy in the hope for a better world, because this is what this festival is also all about. So the Inside Out Engagement Festival is the first of its nature, very unique, and we're hoping that today we're going to also be thinking about new ways in which we can dialogue with one another, engage with one another, hear one another, listen to one another, and also work together with one another. My role as MC is really going to be simple. It's just to facilitate the program. And I would like to invite the Senior Director of Mission Vale Campus, 2nd Avenue Campus, and Bird Street, or Ms. Sharon Masiza, to welcome us here at Mission Vale today. After that, we will have some welcoming remarks from the Director of the Engagement Office, Dr. Bruce Darmans, and then we'll also hear some inputs from the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Professor Andre Kiert, in Engagement and Transformation.
Thank you so much, Madlamin, Jamas, Chadu, Fakati. Molweni betuna. Good morning, goeiemôre, almal. Special greetings to our VC, Prof. Mutwa. We are so delighted to have you here. Prof, you know we always meet, but not on Mission Vale. So we are very honored to have you on our campus today. We are overjoyed, and thank you so much for gracing us with your presence. I also want to greet our DVC, Prof. Kiet, our Engagement and Transformation Portfolio DVC. Welcome, Prof. Again, our sport is always Bed Street, but I'm also happy that you're here today with us on Mission Vale campus. And of course, to all our colleagues of Nelson Mandela University, to our guests that have come to grace us today with their presence, and also to our exhibitors that have partnered with us today. I wish to welcome you all. And I'm sure there are community members that we have here today. I also want to welcome them to our campus, Mission Vale campus. And I do want to just I will be short. I want to thank the engagement office for choosing Missionville campus to host this event, because the Missionville campus, as the Missionville campus team, we pride ourselves about engagement, but even more about community engagement and stakeholder engagement. So it is my view that we have 7 campuses at Mandela University, but it is my view that this is the best campus to be holding this engagement today. So, so thank you so much, engagement team, to decide to have this event here. It is also, I think, is going to be one of those events that would be remembered in 2023 on our calendar as the campus. I'm saying this because as part of our strategy, we have identified this campus as an engagement node, especially community engagement node, where we feel that if there should be any engagement, dialogue, engagement, stakeholder engagement, or any form of engagement where we get together, this is how we have identified the Missionville campus. So it is so appropriate that we have this engagement event here today. So I just want to say welcome. This is a beautiful campus, colleagues and friends of the university, and I do want you to take time during breaks to take a walk across the campus. Within this campus, we have the medical school, which is our 10th medical school in the country. We've got the most beautiful foundation phase education building, which we would like you also to take time to see. So, and we've got a lot of beautiful other engagement spaces. There's a library, there's a law clinic also here, there's a psychology clinic also here, which we give off to our community at no cost, those services. So do take the time to explore the campus. You will feel we are like in a resort when you're on this campus. You would feel like you've gone on holiday, you know, but just around the corner. So please do take the time to enjoy the campus when you have a break, so that you can get to experience what we experience every day on our campus. So with those few words, I do want to say welcome. Please engage and enjoy yourself and enjoy your time with us. I thank you. I will now hand you over to Upros. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon, our political leader in Missionville. Goeiemorgen. Goeiemorgen. Good morning. Molweni. Ek dala wat ek mas. Where my kind bring, as Ntombo, you invited us to bring all of who we are into these 2 days. Thank you so much for everyone that has honored the space. And because it's November, I'm not going to welcome you, I'm going to blame you. You know, it's that time of the year where we're so exhausted. So in spite of the beauty that we experience and the fantastic precinct called Missionville, we remain mindful of the contradiction that's just across the fence. Just look across the fence and you'll see the informal settlements. And it will remind us of the amount of work we still have to do in society, in our country, on the continent, and in the world, where there's so much tension, wars perpetrated against the people. And I think we're blessed to have the opportunity to say, how do we respond to the grand challenges of our time? So the first person I'm going to blame is our Vice Chancellor. Good morning, VC. Because in your inaugural address, you commanded us to think creatively with our communities, to respond in ways that cannot be conventional. We have to think in ways that will up the third mission, Mora. Welcome from beautiful island to South Africa. Conventional, unconventional, and conventional ways to deal with these complexities of the world. And you said, VC, I'm still blaming you. You must come together in ways that recognizes the voice of everyone that has an interest to want to make a contribution. You never promised it's going to be neat. You never promised it wouldn't be contested. But that is what the university should be, we argue, a place where we have rigorous engagement around things sometimes, Prof. Sekgalo, that we might not even have synergy on. And so we took up that challenge as Nelson Mandela University. And under the leadership of our Vice Chancellor, we then started to conceptualize, because there's fantastic work, Dani, that has been going on years at the university, and we salute entities like ENSA that has really been thinking critically beyond the science, but how do we apply that science to be in service to society? But then how do we also start validating and recognizing those multiple knowledges that were always on the periphery, and we bring them into conversation with that young man there that's sitting from engineering that is designed for his final year of study, a camera that will go underwater to take photos of a fish, because of the importance of taking care of the planet as we take care of ourselves as well. And we celebrate that particular greatness and that desire to want to converge those different knowledges. So thanks, BC, for that good problem that you've given us, and I think we've come a long way, because Prof. Sekgalo's here to check. She was here when we celebrated 100 years, and she facilitated that, and she said the first thing that she walked in, she saw that, look how you're sitting today. Last time you were all looking at the stage, now you have disrupted the space. We are here now in conversation, and that is what the 2 days are about, is to be into deep conversation about some of these things that I argue that we are making a meaningful contribution towards. I don't think we're solving anything yet. I think these challenges require all of us to work in a complementary way to support one another. And that's why we have then a demonstration today of inside and outside, Rajini, of what can be done. Our partner from Bath that gave birth to the concept of inside out and thinking carefully on how we do this work. So I also blame Puleng for coming to assess us now from the last part to say, how far have you come with all those commitments that you have made? And when we see US ads and the amazing work that they do, we're not only now thinking of our own students that are differently abled, but thinking now, how does the work that they do extend beyond the actual space of the university? We celebrate our partner, the Hope Revolution Vision, a faith-based organization with who they had already developed work on substance abuse in community. In how do we respond to substance abuse in communities in a way that's accessible? Because many of the high-level treatments are not accessible to most South Africans. And together, we are then co-constructing different types of models. And thank you so much for your partnership and your patience and your prayers and the push and shove in trying to make sense of that. And there we have Siskosi. Oh, when we met, she's the problem one VC. She gave us a lot of headaches. But through our community shop steward, Monga Pete, he calls himself the community shop steward. The Panda Foundation, of course, is passionate about what happens to our kids that present themselves on the autism spectrum and do not have access to the necessary facilities. And it's through the work of Kosi and the team that we're learning so much. And so we are learning in circular ways. And those circular ways allow us, my colleagues from the career services, not only for them to be excellent in their career choice, but to make a meaningful contribution through the discipline. And so I'm only going to that side of the stage, but there's many other partners that are here today. We hope you are going to walk around, engage with them, but not only engage in the sense of getting to know and creating networks. Engage with them in a way that grows their own field of focus, so that we
when we leave today as the first part of this festival, we are left with a sense of a bit uncomfortable because there's still so much going on, but also hopeful that there are people. Jiva, our colleague from CPUT, thank you so much for joining. See, you see, it's like me normally wanting to quote Bible verses and I get the verse wrong.
CUT, thanks Jiva. We've had an opportunity to spend some time in the rural areas. You also grapple to understand what is the rural footprint and what does that mean for engagement at the university. So thank you so much, colleagues. Please feel welcome. It's an open day today, talking, engaging, networking, and then I'm led here by a team. I know someone is already pointing fingers at the clock under the leadership of Riza, but thank you so much to the team that put this together, and I hope you have a wonderful day today, and then tomorrow as well, an engaging day around some of the issues that will be raised today, but will also be further engaged with tomorrow. Thank you so much, Ntombo.
Thank you so much, Bruce, for those words. Now I'd like to invite Professor Andre Keert, the DVC of Engagement and Transformation. And Prof, would really love to hear from you what this engagement festival means for our institution, what it means for our city, what it means for our country, as we also proposition for other universities to rethink how they can connect with its communities. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ntombo. In fact, I've got lots of papers here. Can I sit down to manage it? Is it okay? Okay, right. Thank you so much. Yeah, colleagues, so yeah, this is fantastic. I'm reminded of that big event that we had around education many, many years ago that also, got this idea of a new kind of philosophy of engagement going as well, and Bruce indicated that this particular festival will be a biannual event for our university. Of course, the warm word of welcome to all our community members, and this is probably how one has to start thinking about the way in which we address ourselves as well. Bruce is part of equalizing forms of expression around that as well. So I would really like to think, that we should start using our first names as ways of engagement here as well. So I would like to just say to Mora and the colleagues, to Rajni and Jürgen here behind me, Puleng and Tinyeko, and then the colleagues from WITS and other universities. I guess CUT is also there. Different organizations like the Hope Revolution that we've been speaking about. So in that sense, we come together to more or less take forward a particular ideal that has been formulated, through the Vice Chancellor's strategic vision for the university. Now, this particular history has actually a great sense of beauty and love to it, and that is that if you look at how it has been formulated, it had a sense of, there were two concepts coming through. The one was the reimagining the humanities was the one, and the other one was repositioning engagement as key areas. Of course, that's apart from the other strategic work that the university was putting forward over the past 5-7 years. And of course, the hubs of convergence then emerge as one of the main mechanisms to drive that particular strategy. And yeah, in a sense, at the time when it was called the hubs of convergence, we actually didn't know what we meant by it, but this idea that something different needs to happen was firmly established. And so the work then emerged, and this is part of the work, Dani, and I'm glad that Bruce is speaking about the spectrum of engagement activities. Our university historically has had a fairly strong engagement ethos, but that engagement was more or less, framed in a kind of charitable philosophical orientation, you know, that universities have been subjected to for many, many years, you know, that drove actually the way in which the university sees itself. And so ours was, you know, just in the context of how we engage with industry, the private sector, the state, how one can change that into a kind of equalizing form of partnerships. And here, of course, test and experiment the idea of the community as the university and the university as the community, or the university as an ordinary citizen within society, so that one traverse those boundaries just a bit easier. And especially the university's relationship with activist organizations, you know. Those organizations that tells you what it is that you do wrong in the way in which they approach life. Those organizations that provide you with a sense of closeness to the real struggles of people's everyday lives. And in that university having to be comfortable in being, you know, critiqued and argued against through those organizations, so that different types of practices then can emerge through this. But the key proposition in the subsequent thinking of Sibongile was that, you see, the university can't change its orientation towards equalizing partnerships if it doesn't have an internal transformative orientation. That is, that it has to try and figure itself out as a transformative organization in the real social justice sense to form those partnerships. Because how will it undo itself if it doesn't have that? And how will it try to think differently? That's precisely more of a colleagues like yourself, where the idea of the transformative, responsive university comes from. And the notion of responsiveness has a particular edge over engagement, because responsiveness dictates that the challenges are framed in the articulations of the communities and the organization in whose name you put the projects forward. And that is that it's not an engagement ideal that is constructed outside of those framing themselves. And so that voice has a kind of epistemic value to it, that the university value the intellectual project that's rooted in community voice and make that come through as well. We still have to think about, Bruce, and this is one of our other challenges, we still have to think about how in the university's committee and architectural makeup, communities lands as key stakeholders. Yeah, whether it's in, you know, Senate committees or other kinds of committees, so that there's clearly a sense of community, you know, in the way in which the university think of itself in its committee structures as well. So those internal reorganization that Sibongile had in mind had to do with how can we as a group of practitioners that make up the university create a transformative impetus that can provide for the kind of ideas that the hubs of convergence is trying to achieve. But also, how do we, in the context of the university's history with regard to entities like ENSA, Innoventon, and the others, because if you would have been there to observe their responses in the context of COVID-19, it has been totally amazing, you know. So I can remember by the time that we convened the committee, you know, the colleagues were already out in the field doing the work that needs to happen. And of course, also approaching Bruce's office as to how this can work better as well. So that equal exchange between the academy and the community is something that we will have to experiment with. You know, whether do we truly grasp the epistemic value of community voice? Does it really land in the way in which we think of ourselves as the academy as well? So in that space, and of course, you know, one doesn't want to speak about the massive challenges that we're facing. So whether it's planetary challenges, but of course they connected into the local challenges of both unemployment, inequality that that we are facing, especially in the South African context, but also how the different sets of knowledges that are represented across this particular event, how those knowledges can come together to provide for a way in which we can make a broader impact on that. Of course, that impact needs to be something that's co-produced and co-developed with community members as well. So tomorrow we will have a particular kind of recognition for the COVID-19 Coordinating Committee. And the very straightforward reason for that is that the principles that emerge through the COVID-19 Coordinating Committee are the principles that actually drive, at the present moment, our thinking about community engagement, okay? And so for those who have sat in those meetings, I think there was a time that we met every day, and then later on the meeting became less, as we moved, beyond the first anxieties of the pandemic. And those lessons, and thanks, Enver, so we will hear how some of those lessons came through the research that have been done, because we also want to be true to the idea of having some kind of empirical reflections on what is really at play in the, because it will serve as well as we walk together. Now that straightforward mapping that I spoke about in our university, they will tell you that we have more than 250 engagement projects across different types of organizations, around 12 areas of focus, and of course, they on a spectrum. Some of them are direct relief work that needs to happen, and some of them have a more, sustainable trajectory in mind. One of the examples that we will have to focus on later on, Bruce, if we have time, is perhaps the work that's been coordinated by Amy around the Sustainable Food Systems Project as well. So, the question here is that how do we then build solidarities and relations amongst ourselves? Universities do tend to work in fragmented ways, and I think that we lose a lot of our possible impact and disallows the unburdening of our own capacities by working in these fragmented ways. But how we do, how do we do those kinds of things better? There is one area of what one can say, a principle that we will have to hold dear to our hearts, but more or less almost make it part of our DNA. The one is critical self-reflexivity, okay? So even if we talk about what we do, we must identify its weaknesses. We must identify its own injustices. We must identify the new dogmas that we are peddling. We must identify the types of violences that may be hidden in the way that we do the new types of work, because all of them have those capacities. All new forms of knowledges have, in ways, ingrained injustices almost embedded into that. So there should be no form of self-righteousness about an angle of work that one takes. There should simply be humility and absolute self-critical reflexivity, even for those things and those assumptions that we put so much value into it. I have always asked my team that because we more or less work in a social justice arena, it's easy to think of yourself as doing better work than everybody else, okay? That's easy. It's easy to just invert that same thing that you fight against, okay? And then become that yourself. One has to think of things on a spectrum within which different types of people with different sets of capabilities participate, so that we critique our own work as well. Bruce has always been very, very keen on getting the message across that we are experimenting. And this is almost like a permanent experiment, meaning there will never be closure about the possibilities of learning that can come from it. And of course, if that is true, then critical self-reflexivity should be the key principle on which we drive our work. Colleagues, please enjoy the next few days. I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to getting to know colleagues around the room. And of course, and many, many thanks for those fantastic exhibitions that we have. There are some colleagues, that you can clearly see we've started 2 years ago, and look at where they are now, I have to go and buy a few things from those tables as well. So many, many thanks. And many, many thanks for coming to join us here, and especially our colleagues from other universities as well. If we travel together, we may have a sense of how we can retune the entire sector with regard to the importance of a proper third mission for the university. Thank you so much.
All right, so it's that time of the day where we're going to encourage some robust discussion. That's what we're here for, okay? So we're going to encourage people to please fill up the seats in the front row. And now we're going to start with our roundtable discussions, which will be led by Umonga Peter, and we'll also have Bruce Domans participating in that. And then we'll have Chuluma Longo, there he is, a student. Then we'll have Reverend Nomdu as well. Yeah, so let's begin with that roundtable. Monga, over to you. Please, 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 guys, sifuna abantu bathethe ngoku ne. Sifuna uxoxa.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Morning, everyone. Let me join now the protocol observed, acknowledging the VC, acknowledging the colleagues from other universities that are here, the community activists and that are here, pretty much of the diverse group. I like it. It's from the community. That's what we are wanting. Including when I was requested to facilitate what is the engagement, I asked what are the terms of reference or where are the terms of reference. Then Bruce said, no, let's not be too formal, because terms of reference tend to make people to be confined in the terms exactly, as opposed to people, out of their, speaking from the heart rather. That's what basically we are wanting. Yeah, the panelists are as indicated, but context is always good to start with. And from the facilitation point of view, I have to go there. I like to preface Director Masiza. You may have noticed that last week in the RMC discussion or dialogue. Exclusion is a source of our struggle. Exclusion is the source of our struggle. The 1994 democratic breakthrough enjoins public institutions to redress. Take note. NMU has to define itself around the new social order. It's not immune. It has to define itself around the new social order, not the order of exclusion, which is a source of our struggle. Yeah. To unpack and assist us in the discussion, Bruce has presented the Rev and the student from a perspective of student. Would want to hear that, so that on the basis of that, colleagues can interact. We have been assigned 45 minutes, so we need to keep in time. I see Kulu is managing that, is including managing me when it comes to time. NMU, of course, has elected to define itself in terms of stealing from the vision to be a dynamic African university. I dare say aspire to be a dynamic. and of course, through its mission to offer diverse range of life-changing educational experience. Again, I dare say, aspire. But to get there, what must you do? And therefore, what is engagement? Bruce?
Thanks, Monga. So I think Andre, I can just say Andre spoke already on my behalf of what the intention is. So I'm going to speak around the 3 key organizing principles that we use as we try to reimagine engagement. I think our Vice Chancellor in one conversation mentioned in a way that allows grace to go ahead of us. Grace that this is not an easy process. Grace that leading this process is complex. Grace that we have to have deep understanding that we come from different perspectives and points on the same type of issue we jointly want to explore, Chairperson, to ensure that we have inclusion in co-constructing meaningful responses to some of the challenges faced. And so we suggest as the hubs of, as the university, sorry Chair, 3 key organizing principles to achieve this inclusion in a way that allows people to feel valued, acknowledged, and recognized for their contribution. The first key organizing principle is the principle of convergence itself. How do we get together to talk? Whose knowledge is appreciated in the conversations that we're having about a particular phenomena? How is power managed in that conversation? And how do we get to a decision to actually proceed? Because historically, universities have been told that you can talk forever, write forever, and do nothing forever. And so how does that, how do we facilitate a new type of interaction through convergence? The second organizing principle is reciprocity. And Andre spoke about that. But not any reciprocity. One GOGO, ZDF, the chairperson is there, coach. When we engaged with them, Pastor, that coach said, we know you are well known for talking. When we had our first session, when we converged with them, you talk, you come, you take your knowledge, you disappear, and we're going to see you again after 5 years in the same forum. So it is reciprocity where people actually feel impact. People that need the impact the most. And so we have to make declarations about our work. The tension is how do we keep that balance between making declarations and ensuring that all voices are included. So the reciprocity does not only recognize a material reciprocity, but the reciprocity of the humanity. People give of them time. Many people that are sitting here today have given up a day to find some sort of income for their family, to be part of the conversation. That is reciprocal. And so there should be a clear distinction that those who have more and would want to do this work in this way needs to give more. The third organizing principle is multiple forms of output. My previous life, I was a principal. I must watch school, look closely. I was a principal of the school, and while I was a principal, Chair, I think there was about 3 PhDs and 4 masters that came through the school, and no one ever came back after that. So how do we develop socially useful scholarship that makes the contribution while we are actually doing the work? One of our mentors, Enver, is hard on us when we engage this, when we do this work in this way. Because he's constantly asking this, is this not NGO work? And we say, no, it's much more than NGO work. This is deep-seated in people's humanity. You can see the students, are we drawing closer? And so we're sitting in fantastic tension in trying to clarify for ourselves. What do we mean when we speak of the output, and how is it useful in in an intellectual way, in a scholarly way, and in a programmatic way for everyone that's involved in the process as we feed the broader and we impact and we make a meaningful contribution to the broader social justice agenda. In conclusion, Chairperson, so this is what we're not wanting to do, and we're asking our partners to keep us accountable, because this is our experience with communities. We are not a funding organization when we want to sit in an equalizing way. We are not here to give out funds and to fund. We are here to work. And so we ask you to take hands, as the word end appears in my eyesight there, with you to understand how do we work together to generate, because universities are under pressure, the same financial pressures as society is as well. So how do we work in more complementary ways instead of competing ways to respond to some of these challenges? Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Fundisi, with that conclusion of reimagining together, co-creating together. Your take?
Thank you very much, Chair. On that note of reimagining and co-constructing, I think one of the things that I can add to that is simply to say that engagement to me simply means that when we find one another, that is a miracle. But when we can work together, that is progress. But we should not just stop at looking at progress, because progress is about meeting goals and objectives. But we have to migrate to something much deeper and much meaningful. And that is actually to get to a place where we can walk together. Because in walking together, that is our success. When we can agree or even disagree, but when we walk together, that will bring us great success. It will take me to the metaphor of a beehive. Honeybees are not necessarily created to produce honey, but it is their interaction, their specialized interaction, their engagement with one another. I'm looking at us, and it looks like a beehive. And this is exactly what it is. It is their specialization. It is not determined by their qualification or their speciality, but their collaboration, their interaction with one another. When they interact, they releases a chemical that then will produce the honey, without even requiring or expecting to be acknowledged for their portion. When we get to a place, and as I was preparing, I was thinking about engagement and looking at moving towards a marriage relationship. Within this engagement, I think there are 4 critical components that will help us to get to a place of success. And that is when we can first and foremost have that, that love for our God, our Creator, love for one another, and love for a person, irrespective of who and what that person is. If we can't have that, we have failed our mission even before starting. Then we need to also have trust. And trust really, even amongst us, trust is always a risk. It is not something that is guaranteed. When my wife and I started out 42 years ago, and now this week we're celebrating 40 years of marriage, we never thought that we would have made it until 40 years. But it is a journey of trust. Even when I know I will fail, that I will trust. Thirdly, it is of course when we have respect for one another. When you come into our space where I work and my context, I believe the people who work in my community and work alongside, they are social scientists. They are social engineers who knows the dynamics of that community. But when you, as academic engineers or academic scientists, step into that space, it is important, and that brings me to the last component of this relationship. It is to acknowledge the indigenous knowledge that is within that space. It is only when we can acknowledge the speciality of the person inside where we are that we will also acknowledge the speciality of those outside. If there's not that balance within, we will never be able to move forward. We might be meeting goals and objectives, but that is where it stops. But if we want to be successful, as a people, we have to build, and as an African people, we have to build on the Ubuntu. I am because of you, and I'm taking my and I'm giving over the mic now. But in being and in engaging, and I am because of you, it means that we ought to complement one another, as Bruce said, where we are, and acknowledge the person. If we can't acknowledge one another where we are failing, we're meeting goals and objectives. But and as a member of my community and as a member of this body, we sometimes do as we please. When we become partners, we meet goals and objectives. But engagement, it is taking ownership, because ownership will take us to go beyond the call of duty. And that is how we will achieve success. Together, we are better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mfundisi. For those who just came in, we are indulging in the journey defined by DVC as experimenting journey. They do not have answers, but they are experimenting. They have now surrendered themselves to us as communities. The expectation, therefore, is for communities themselves to surrender themselves to the institution, so that we collectively reimagine that which will better benefit all of us, but we're not an NGO. Thank you very much.
Good morning to everyone, and please allow me to observe all the protocol. As mentioned, my name is Tuluma Nolongo, and I am a fourth-year student in public admin and management. To answer the question of what is engagement and what does inside-out engagement mean, as a student in the university, to explain, it will feel like I'm taking us back to all that has been said, but as a student, I think it would be very much important to explain what engagement is at a very basic context. Because, you know, when I spoke about, ever since I got introduced to the engagement office, and I spoke to many students about engagement, and everyone was asking me, oh, I didn't know that the university has marital opportunities. So to me, that showed that students or whoever I spoke to, they don't know what engagement is. Though the university may have over 250 organizations or departments which are engaging with the community and the university, it still means that we don't know what engagement is. You'd find that also in the beginning of the year, when we are as a student and the university is supposed to engage, instead of engaging, we will be shouting and we will be, you know, forcing things, and then we think that is engagement, of which engagement is not that. Engagement is sitting down and finding solutions to practical solutions to problems. We are sitting here, we are engaging. So from a student perspective, I believe that the university needs to make it known even more. You know, last week, as Utata shared, that we were here in this very campus with Raymond Mhlaba Center. You could hear from the frustration of the crowd when the opportunity to speak was shared, that you could hear that these people are so much frustrated and they didn't even know what we were talking about that day. And also, one of the most important things in engagement, it is understanding. Because if you don't understand me, then I'm just telling you, I'm not engaging with you. And part of understanding is language. So we need also to find ways to see how can my mom or how can my grandmother, when I am engaging with the community and the university, understand me. We have students who have learned and they pass, I don't know how, but with good marks from high schools. But when they get to the university, it is difficult for them to raise hand and ask a question. So we also need to revise these things and go back and see that do we truly understand, do the people that we are saying they must come and engage understand what is engagement is? Because engagement, it is happening not between one person, but it is happening between many people. It is happening between me and the person in front of me. Otherwise, I would be addressing the people and not engaging them if they don't get a chance to speak to me. So, on a student perspective, that's what engage. The university does this very well. However, we need to make it more clear. We need to set what is basic understanding, what is expected from me as a student, and what is expected from the university management, and what is expected from the community. And lastly, I read about the advantages or why do we need to engage. As a student, engagement, it builds confidence, it builds leadership and team working skills. So that's what engagement is and that's what it does. And if we work together as a team, then in that way, calmly, in that way, we can be those that engage and solve many problems that we're having and are going through, not only in the university, but in the community and the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Kulu. Now we have left 15 minutes to the plenary interact with the subject matter. In the interest of time, the ground rules, I will read them myself. Starting with, if you are to say something, please do raise your hand so that you can be recognized. Naturally, we must listen respectfully and not interrupt. Stick to the subject and not be all over, but will assist you. Be precise and be clear. And of course, let's use the acceptable language of choice. We'll try and interpret. I'm not sure about the Kwa interpretation, but perhaps there are colleagues who will be able to deal with that. Any taker, any hand to engage? Once again, we are interrogating what is engagement. We have had diverse input from the inward, which is the student. We've heard from Fundisi, who is more like myself, the social activist. We've heard from Bruce, again from inside, who's pretty much working with us from outside. I will definitely point people now, given that we're not raising hands.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandy Martins from I Protect Me. Engagement for me and where I come from is to understand also the context. If you don't understand the context, you will miss the point. Because sometimes we think we know what people need. We also think we know what is going on, but not talking, really engaging with people. And not just, I think the issue with me personally, and sometimes as organizations, we don't hear what people are saying. Sometimes we even interrupt people. And we say, but I think you are saying this. This is what you actually meant, because you're taking too long to actually get to the point. And we don't have the patience, because we need to meet a deadline. We are from the NGO. So many a times we don't have the luxury of time. We need to get money in. And sometimes we don't really make time to walk with people. So yes, sir.
Rango, Mama says there's difference between taking part and being engaged. Tata. Sabuya ngaso.
To me, the engagement is to work together, to work as a team. We know that we're coming from different backgrounds, but it means that we have to work together. I've been in this institution for 30 years, and then I remember in the past, this was for the whites, only university, the blacks we have to go to Forte. But now in these days, I'm thanking you very much of what you are doing to work one another. I remember in those days, even in the cafeteria, if you are black, there is a side for the blacks, and there is a side for the whites, even the postal section. Thank you, man. I don't want to dwell long.
Thank you, Tata. Where was the hand? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Nadima. I work at the university. I'm a worker at Nelson Mandela University. Thank you to the student voice for bringing up the issue of language, and to say that, because I didn't hear it being said, that people should engage in a language they're comfortable in. I'm assuming that's an assumption I have. But I'm also going to say that as the university, given the power in the room, its prerogative is on us. It's on us to lead the way in that. So I keep coming to university engagement in Darbas, symposiums, colloquia, and it's conducted in English. And I'm the first person to not be able to make it multilingual. But that doesn't mean that I can't ask that we as the university role model, raise the status of, and engage seriously with the issue of language. So translation services and time. So that people are able to express themselves in the way they feel comfortable, and that people are able to use any language that they want to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other taker? Yes.
Hi, my name's Bernie Dolly from Ikala Trust, and we have a stall on the other side. And this whole issue of engagement has been an issue that I've been grappling with for a long time. So for those who are not familiar, Ikala Trust has been a partner with the university. Well, me, myself, have been here in the corridors of every university, every faculty almost. I'm not an academic, I'm a social activist. And I've met many people along my way. And more recently supported through the HOC and of course now the engagement office in converting soup kitchens into community developmental hubs. But if you look on the wall at the back there, and I want to challenge you to look at that, there are 5 steps that we talk about in our training of asset-based citizen-led development that looks at what engagement actually means. So there are 5 levels. So ultimately, and where we want to be, is where we feel a sense of ownership together. It's when the voices are, like you said, Reverend, when they are equal. and not feeling that because I'm not an academic, I'm not allowed to say. But that's actually one of the tools that we ensure that in our training people understand. So what am I coming here to do? Is this really even where we're sitting? I feel disengaged in some way or the other, and I think I'm preoccupied with what's going on around the campus and what's happening outside. And I'm hoping and I'm sure that we will get to the point where there is a sense that you can't be without us. It's an us and us, you know, and when we get to that point, I think we can then say, we now have a marriage. Because for how much longer are we going to talk about engagement? Is there an end to engagement? What is the next step from there? And so that's my question. Am I always going to be engaged? And yes, it's nice to be in conversation, but is that ultimately what we have decided together? So how do we set the joint objective around what engagement actually means? Because it's got to be a win-win and not a win-lose. Thank you.
Sustainability and endurance of engagement or engaging. Somewhere got a point or a sense that seeks to present a case that says there's a dialectical relationship between transformation and engagement, which the DVC spoke to that. You can't engage yet you're not transformed. I think that's the sense. Yeah. So engagement is probably what? Commitment to marriage. You commit by way of engaging to marry. And share what? Commonalities, equalization. Okay. Ownership, Dolly. Yeah. Any other taker? Mama.
Molweni, good morning, goeiemorgen. My name is Zanele, and I am with Nelson Mandela University. I was just thinking and hearing from everyone, and based on my experiences and perhaps even interactions, I think one could also look at engagement as, I could perhaps use the metaphor of when engaging, use a blank page. If parties come together, we should come with a blank page instead of coming with, I know what is needed and I know how it should go. Because in that manner, through that engagement, people could, you know, they could fill up the pages themselves. That's number one. Number two would also be in engagement, and I speak about this as someone who is a researcher. The tendency is also to share information. Perhaps we should move away from sharing information and share knowledge, because if we share knowledge, we ensure that we eliminate the power struggles or the power dynamics. It's not just information sharing, but it is knowledge sharing, because we all have diverse knowledge, and this knowledge we've accumulated or we've come to know it in various ways. So that would be my take.
Thank you so much. I'll put now the Bath colleagues on the spot on engagement.
So, Molweni, hello. I'm Rajni from the University of Bath, and I don't want to repeat what others have said, because there have been so many powerful things that I will take home with me. But I guess the one thing that I want to say is that I was a student activist in South Africa in the 80s. And then I eventually moved to England, where I was an academic. And in that academic role, I could still do a little bit of community engagement, some activism, etc. And now I'm part of the university leadership. And it is so much more difficult. We're now dealing with the conflict, with the Gaza, Palestine, Israel issues, and I guess what I would say is that in a leadership position, what's really important for us is to be very honest with what are the barriers that we face. We're not activists. We have to keep an institution together. We have to stay within the law, and it is really, really difficult. And just to say, maybe we have to be more honest about what the barriers are, and then our academic community, our student community, and our local communities have to understand some of that, and we have to find a way together forward.
Thank you so much. I did not see a scribe. People are just scribing for themselves. So Bruce, you may have to assume that responsibility of, in the 2 minutes left, to lift what have become the core definers of engagement. My audience thinks that you did not define engagement on the basis of a dictionary, but you lifted elements that makes engagement. Bruce, can you assist the plenary? I'm wary of what the colleagues in the RMC, I'm talking the audience, cautioned the leadership of that center to say, what next after this engagement? I'm now talking the last week, so that we do not have a repeat of the same. No wonder I'm looking for a scribe, so that we have a builder for endurance and sustenance, like Ubeni was saying. Bruce?
Thanks, Chair, for putting me on the spot. There are people fortunately scribing here, and I think I'll share my takeaway. I think there were, as Ranjani said, there were a lot of takeaways. The question that Zanele raised about how do we come into the space, perhaps I'll debate that when you join us. She's joining us next year anyway, as a postdoc. Is the question of, can we really enter with clean slates? You see, and what do we need? We need to clarify what we mean, but I think the importance of sharing knowledge rather than sharing information, that I think is important. And I would argue, Chairperson, given also the complexities of the world in a critical way, the question of how Nadima raised the issue of language, and shouldn't we be modeling what we are asking? Because this is what we are asking and writing about. But when we host these spaces, we are not showing it. And shouldn't we then become that example and think carefully? So that's a good critique even on ourselves as we think about how do we try to work these spaces as inclusive as possible without being intimidated by 1 minute left. And then Bernie asked a very interesting question. Is there an ending to this concept of engagement with? When does it just become the flat marriage and we move away from all these philosophical terms to the marriage? I think Pastor Numdu, his suggestion, and I'll close, I'm sure in 40 years of marriage, there's been love and war. And I think that's what I would say. Let's remain critical as we continue to think of better ways in working with one another, respecting who we are, putting at the center, not only Ubuntu. A phrase I heard recently in Kenya is Hamri. Hamri is a translation into action. And so I had something profound to say, and then Tulu put up end now, and it left me immediately. So I'll leave that profoundness for tomorrow. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Where's Ndombo? Knowledge seemed to be the transversal one, sharing of knowledge rather. And we're heading to the second subject that speaks to, or that is seized to deal with knowledge by Irna. Yes, Ntomba, I'm looking for you. Thank you very much, colleagues.
All right. Fantastic, fantastic engagements here. We've heard about the three principles, the guiding principles of convergence, reciprocity, multiple forms of output. We spoke about language, how it's important for us to also clarify what we mean with the language and the words that we're using. And then also, Reverend, we spoke about trust. How do we foster and nurture trust amongst one another between the university and the community? So we've got quite a lot to nibble about and think about, but we are now going to invite everyone to visit the different stalls. We have amazing, amazing work that is being exhibited here today. We have partnered with various organizations within and beyond the university, and we would like you to find out more, network about the work that they're doing. We're going to do that for about an hour and 15 minutes, and then at 12 o'clock, we come back, we begin the second round table. There's also some snacks available that you can buy from the tuck shop over there. So that's all right? That's good? Okay, great. Can you? All right. Also, everyone, please, if you'd have a short thought that you'd like to write or note down, there is a posted section here where you can post a thought about anything, any reflection that you have about this session today. I'm gonna. All right, all right. We hope everyone had the opportunity to walk around the room, look at the different stalls available here, looking at all this amazing work that our internal and stakeholders are doing. We are going to come back in a few minutes, so grab your cool drink, your water, your bags, and make your way through to the circle. All right, it's lovely to see everyone engaging and having very fun, vibrant conversations. It's beautiful to see all the people laughing, smiling, creating new contacts. But let's come back to the session as we resume for the second segment of the day. We're resuming round table 2. And we would like to invite our facilitator, Irna Senegal, who will be leading this particular round table. And she will be joined by Adelaide Karomo, Oneza Potelwa, and Umamukhosi Net Now. And in this particular roundtable, we're going to be discussing and looking into whose knowledge matters. So how can we co-construct knowledge together? All right? Thank you, Irna. Over you two.
Thanks very much. I'm not really used to mics, so I'll try and do my best. I'm also not really used to sort of turning around like this, so please excuse me. And I want to invite the people who are at tables to come closer. Sondelani, come closer. Kom nader. Do you want to leave the tables? Okay. So I know that you've had a nice long break. I want to start this session with a story. And you might think, why a story? And the reason is that in stories, there is a lot of knowledge that is deposited. So I want to tell you a story, but I want you to just close your eyes and imagine that you're sitting next to the sea. It's early in the morning. You're looking out over the water, and you're getting ready to go fishing with other people in your fishing cooperative. And you can decide which part of the coastline you want to be on. So how do you know that it's a good day for fishing? What are you looking for? Maybe you see what the wind is doing. Where's the wind coming from? You're looking at, oh, where are we in the cycle of the moon? Was it full moon? Is there a very low tide? Is the tide coming in? You're looking at what the sea looks like. Is the sea looking a bit rough? Does it look a bit roughish? You're looking way out there to see, some clouds coming up there. You know that it's the start of summer, and you know what fish might be biting. And so all that knowledge is what you draw on. You learned it from your father, you learned it from your uncle, you learned it from your mother, who, now I don't have the English word, what's visstevlek? Mense, help me. What do you call it? Fleckvis? You know, when you cut it open, gut the fish, right? Thank you. So when you gut fish, so you have all this knowledge that comes from your community. And you've learned it as a child growing up. So come back, and you're invited to a community meeting. And you are told this area where your family is fished and the people before you have fished. Oh, I forgot the minutes. How many minutes? Must I stop already? Oh. Okay, I'll rush. So you know that this area is going to be declared a marine protected area. And in the community, people, you are told that marine scientists have been out at sea and they've looked at what has happened to the species in this area, and there's an international convention that has decided that we need 30% of the ocean to be set aside for protection, because that's one of the ways in which we are going to get past the disasters that are waiting for us from our use of fossil fuels. So, climate crisis. Did anyone talk to you? Did they ask you what happened? So we have these knowledge systems that exist and don't always talk to one another. Some have a lot of power. The ones that come out of the university have often lots of power. And they can make rules that affect people. But then there's also knowledge that people hold
And that is historical, that comes out of practice and out of making a life. So the question we have is, how do we co-construct? How do we bring these knowledges into conversation with one another so that the one with lots of power doesn't continue to make decisions that exclude other, doesn't continue to make decisions that doesn't change our society in ways that is for the collective good, that doesn't address the big problems of society. So that's the issue that we've got to discuss today, right? And in the room, we have people who come from different traditions of knowledge. And we have people who are reclaiming knowledge that has been stolen from them and reclaiming identity. So give acknowledgement to the Griqua people, and I will really end now and pass for the first bit, pass it back to you, Sisway.
Okay. Thank you. Molweni bethuna. Sawuthetha njengoba sitshilo nje nasithetha nge co-construct of knowledge. Ukwabelana ngolwazi, ukufunda omnye komnye. Unicele ke bamanthethe isiXhosa. Ibekwe kakuhle kule veki phela bese meetingini. Silungiselela imini. They coined it so beautifully. Besithi inside and outside. Who is inside? Bani lo ulapha ngaphakathi? Ngabasebenzi balapha. Ngabantwana abafundayo. Those are the inside. But all the inside comes from the outside. So there was a question or a statement, a city. When we come out of here, we change. And I asked, uchinjwa ntoni? Zininzi expectations ngaphandle. Okokuqala, if sine graduate siyavuya, si community.
There are so many expectations from outside, and when the student graduates from the university, the community rejoices.
Bayavuya, abantwana bethu baya befumana into, bangena pha, babuye bephethe into.
Because they graduate and then they come back to the community with something.
Xa ngoku befika kwi-community, andiyazi le nto ibatshintshayo ngoba nge-holiday bayagoduka.
I don't know what changes the students or the graduates, because every holiday they go back home.
Kodwa bayatshintsha ke. Manikhawuleze basenibonisa ixesha. Kuyafuneka ba the outside and the inside bafumane a common ground. Not to change. Funeka njena ba ingulowo olwazi lwalapha malusetyenziswe pha ngaphandle olwangaphandle malusetyenziswe ngaphakathi. Because okay.
It's important to take the knowledge from inside the university to be used or applied outside the university, and take what is outside or inside the university to be applied in the communities.
The child at first, even to go to grade 1, they are not vacuum, they come with knowledge. That is called primary education. Primary education is the education from home. At school, they get secondary education. They are not vacuum, they came with something. So in order for the outside and the inside to work together, let's learn first about our cultures. The inside must not change the outside. The inside must work with the outside so that when they came out of the inside, they are rounded. They have no knowledge about communities, societies, and other human beings they are dealing with. Thank you.
Can we have the English bit in isiXhosa, please? And thank you.
Enkosi. Umama uthethe ngento yokuba kubalulekile into yokuba ulwazi oluthathwa apha okanye olu apha e-university inside silithathe sil-aplye ngaphandle nolu lwangaphandle silizise apha e-university ngoba kubalulekile into yokubana i-university ingatshintshi i-culture yethu kwi-community nathi siyi-community singatshintshi okwenzekayo kodwa sisebenzisane siyi-university kwakunye nokuhlala. Enkosi.
Enkosi kakhulu. Het ons dit in Afrikaans nodig? Kan ek gou 'n samevatting in Afrikaans gee? Okay. So wat mevrou net nou sê, is sy sê een van die dinge wat wat sy raak sien is dat wanneer ons praat van inside out, dan dink ons baie keer mense is inside binne in die universiteit in, maar as hulle huis toe gaan, is hulle kinders van die community. Hulle kom van die community af. So eintlik is daar 'n verband tussen die twee. Maar die ding wat vir pla is dat baie keer kom kinders terug van die universiteit af in die gemeenskap en dan vergeet hulle dat dit hulle plek is waar hulle eerste onderwys gekry het. En hulle dink hulle weet meer, hulle kan meer doen. En ek dink is 'n issue van respect. Dis respect, nee? Okay, you're helping me remember. She's saying, sy sê, ons gee 'n waarde aan die kennis wat van die universiteit afkom. En daai waarde wat ons gee dit ekstra krag. En dit beteken dat wanneer ons kinders terugkom van die universiteit en die gemeenskap af, dan lig ons hulle op. En sy wonder of dit die regte ding is. Dit reg? Got it? Die mense wat so tussen al die tale kan, gaan dit ek reg vertel? Ja.
Is dat die instituut, die universiteit, die binne moenie die buite verander nie, maar dit moet dit verbeter. Dit moet waarde toegevoeg word, maar dit moenie noodwendig die waardestelsel en waardesisteem verander nie, want die waarde was gebou by die primêre opleiding wat in die huis begin het.
Ja, dankie. Sien, ek het regtig hulp nodig. So my question also is, what is inside and what is outside? So now we physically inside the university, right? And if I, as someone who is a worker in the university, goes to Zweden, am I inside or outside? When someone comes and I go and visit my family who live in KwaZulu-Natal, and I really truly have family in KwaZulu-Natal, am I inside or outside? So I'm leaving it to you to think about, and I'm going to hand over to Adelaide. Thank you. Will you introduce yourself?
Okay. Thank you so much. My name is Adelaide Karomo, and I have been asked to share my perspective as both a student and a staff member. I was extremely drawn to Shakes when our facilitator started and took us through public participation, because my area of study as a PhD candidate is the law of the sea. And I particularly grapple with those issues. So I don't want to go off on a tangent on that one, but it hit me. It hit me. So I think the first part of our round table more or less brought this to the fore. We have been asked now to look at how do we co-construct knowledge. But I think in us trying to answer that question, we need to go back to why do we need to co-construct knowledge? What is the objective of this knowledge? Same thing in the legal sphere. When we speak about marine protected areas and so forth, what are we trying to achieve? Within the institutional space, we often preach that our goal is to change the world. In the academic project on its own, can we achieve that? And the answer is no. So we need to look at what is it that we want to achieve, what is the knowledge meant to target, who is it meant to target? It brings us back to why even in the constitutional space, a lot of us argue that the Constitution is not a living document because we feel like it's there and we're here. We're not involved. We don't see it manifesting. Same thing with our academic knowledge. Is it manifesting on a day-to-day basis? How do we co-construct knowledge? That one is a difficult one. I think we need to first take ownership of the fact that we don't have all the answers on both sides. And hence we need to co-construct because we don't have all the answers. Societal issues affect us broadly, and sometimes within the academic project we're far removed from societal issues at the root. So there is need for that element. And I think we need to refocus. I think DVC spoke about transformation. In terms of our curriculum now in the institution, we speak quite a lot about decolonization and transforming the curriculum. But how are we going about doing this? I speak, for instance, in the LLB, there's a module, customary law. And I often wondered to myself, in the presentation of this module, why do we not call in traditional leaders, people who live custom at the ground, to co-present the module? Why is it that the assessment of the module does not reflect this? Hence now we will have students that graduate and then cannot fulfill the needs of the community because they're not intertwined, even in how we present the educational project. So we need to look at that, revisit that, because that brings us back to the hierarchy of knowledges. When we speak about public participation, even how government interprets public participation, it's a ticking of a box. I came and I told 10 people that there's going to be an excavation done. We start. It's only now within our jurisprudence, our courts within the last 2 years, we see them calling in experts from the ground to come and tell us what the sea means to them, cultural practices at sea. But before that, we didn't bother ourselves. We must tell them because I have the degrees vested in me, so I should know what it means. And surely it cannot be. So I think even in how we reimagine the space within the university, we need to deconstruct even within, because we must acknowledge that academically there are a lot of criticisms to academic knowledge. It's rooted in patriarchy, sexism, the list goes on. We spoke about the taking away of knowledge. There has been an element of censorship. So even the inside, whichever inside is, we must also revisit even the inside. It's quite saddening when I see the number of empty seats, because I think for every single discipline within the university, every single faculty, there's an element of engagement. So why are we all not here? Why are the stands not filled? Why aren't we overflowing? It's because we consider engagement the stepchild. And that is something that we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you for really powerful input and a kind of reminder that if we're talking about knowledge, it's not only what knowledge and whose knowledge, but knowledge for what purpose. So, very, very important contribution. I want to hand over to you. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Oneza Potelwa, and I am a student. Yeah, thank you, Adelaide, for putting me under pressure. So, firstly, we need to answer the question of whose knowledge matters. So when we look at what knowledge is, we can basically break it down to it being a fact or information or a skill that is acquired from somewhere. We have knowledge that we source from our communities. We have knowledge from the institution, which I'd say it's more founded on theory and research, and it can easily become very abstract when we try and apply it to our communities, because we know that when the theory comes from the institution, it comes with big words, and it's just sometimes not relatable. So it is very important to, when we want to answer the question of whose knowledge matters, that we do not look at that question through the lens of a tennis match, where one person has to come out the winner. Because the whole idea of co-construction is that we collaborate with the knowledge that we possess. So both the community and institutions such as the university can benefit from borrowing from each other, because nobody has all the answers. Now, as a student in the university, I know I represent one of many different communities. And my knowledge coming into the university is sourced from the community that I come from. So with the university, I've had to, what stood out for me in the values was the value of respect for diversity, and as well as the sustainable stewardship, amongst others. It's a step in the right direction if we're looking at what the university puts at its values and the knowledge we come with as, 3 minutes, as, short pass, sorry, and as people coming in from our communities with knowledge that we possess, because we do not come into the universities as vacuums. So, as I was nervously preparing for this topic, I even looked at Vision 2030, and I was just like, hey, because I thought, hey, these conversations are going to fly over me. But one of the strategic focus areas for Vision 2030 is to pursue an impactful pioneering research, innovation, and internationalization to address societal challenges and to promote sustainable futures. So in the context of Nelson Mandela University, co-constructing knowledge involves engagement with various stakeholders, including students, faculties, and the surrounding communities. What Mandela Uni can do is to foster a collaborative approach to the curriculum. So it can incorporate the diverse perspectives to ensure that the convergence of that knowledge resonates with the communities that we come from. Through initiatives like community-based research and inclusive dialogue to universities, the aim must be to bridge the academic knowledge with practical needs of the realities of the communities in which we come from. I want to make an example of, I come from a place, and when I came to this university, learning disabilities was something frowned upon in my community because they're stigmatized. But so many of us, it is so common that a student comes into the university and they realize in like their 3rd year that they have a learning disorder that was never diagnosed. But all along they've been sitting with a problem of not being able to finish assessments. But now we come into the spaces of universities and then we learn about these learning disorders, but we do not take it back home. We get absorbed by the institutions, and then we want to put a title towards our qualification, and we see ourselves outside of the community, but we forget that we must take this knowledge that we learned in the universities out to the communities that we come from in order to serve them. So yeah, that is it from me. But for me, what we must do is, even when we come from our communities and we come back to this institution, it is not necessary for us to divorce ourselves from the communities that we come from. We still owe it to the communities and to ourselves to go back and take this knowledge in order to assist that community in which we come from, in order to resolve the challenges we face there. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask for isiXhosa translation, summarize. Both speakers, please.
Ukushwangathela nje kwispeaker usithethe oqala sivile ubuza imibuzo okuba kutheni kufuneka sichithe siphinde sakhe ulwazi yaye silakha kanjani. Uphendula lambuzo ukuba kutheni kufuneka sichithe ulwazi okanye siphinde silakhe kungenxa yoba kuvamile ekuhlaleni into okubana ulwazi oluthi luhlonitshwe kakhulu ibe lolu lusuka euniversity kodwa kubekho ulwazi lemveli ude wancoma umzekelo owenziwe ngumbhexeshi xa ithetha ngolwandle abantu bemveli kudala bayazi isayensi ingekadityaniswa okanye ibhalwe phansi so ude wenza nomzekelo xa kuthethwa nge-subject pha kwi-LLB kumthetho okanye kumthetho wesintu i-customary law ukutsho uthi indlela ekufundiswa ngayo uyawufumanisa into yokubana kufundiswa ngokwendlela esencwadini ibe abantu abapracticeayo okanye abenza lo mthetho abawuphilayo babe bona bengenayo indlela yokuba mabathethe okanye bafundise ngokwabo. Ukushwangathela ngokukhawulezileyo ude abuze oneza ukuba lulwazi likabani olubalulekileyo ngaphezu kolunye. Ingaba lulwazi lomveli okanye lulwazi lwezifundo zalapha euniversity okanye yaye abekhuthaza into yokubana akufuneki ulwazi libe lulwazi lomuntu omnye apho kuzobakho umuntu omnye ogqibayo ukuba nansi into emasiyenze kodwa kukusebenzisana yaye ekhuthaza ekugqibeleni uba kubalulekile into yoba sisebenzisane siyi-university ukwenzela uba kungabikho bambi baphakanyiswa ngcono kunabanye. Enkosi.
Is there anyone who translates from one language to another on a regular basis? It's a very difficult job. So, sithi inkosi kakhulu. Okay. Ek gaan probeer weer in Afrikaans, maar ek het 'n bietjie vrot, so ek gaan hulp nodig hê. Asseblief. Okay, so wat Adelaide en oh nee, sorry, bit nervous. Ek gaan begin met wat Adelaide gesê het en sy het vir ons een groot baie belangrike vraag gegee. Die vraag wat ons van mevrou net nou gehad het was 'n vraag oor hoe ons in ons gemeenskappe krag aan onderwys en kwalifikasies koppel en wat dit beteken op die ou einde. Die vraag van Adelaide af is, wat is die doelwit van hierdie kennis? Hoekom is ons besig met hierdie projek van dinge leer? Wat moet dit doen in ons gemeenskappe, in ons society? Wat is die doelwit van dit? En sy antwoord dan die vraag en sy sê vir haar is daar twee dinge wat baie belangrik is. Die eerste ding is dat die kennis wat ons opbou in die wye gemeenskap inheemse, ja, wag so 'n bietjie. Die kennis wat daar is wat in die universiteit is en in die gemeenskap is, soos albei kante, moet kan saamwerk om ons gemeenskap te verander en te verbeter. En dan sê sy maak 'n baie belangrike voorbeeld. Sy sê dat dit is nie net dat die universiteit se kennis moet uitgaan in die gemeenskap nie. Die universiteit moet vra dat die gemeenskap se kennis die universiteit se onderwys beïnvloed en begin wat is die regte woord vir shape? Vorm, skis. Ek moet harder werk aan my Afrikaans. En sy gee die voorbeeld van en hier is ek weer vas tradisionele nie tradisionele leiers nie, tradisionele kennisforums. Tradisionele kennisforums. So byvoorbeeld, as mense besluit hoe om 'n stuk grond saam te bewerk, dan maak hulle reëls in daai gemeenskap. En daai reëls is deel van die kennis wat hulle dra oor daai stuk grond. En sy sê, as ons nou begin om die regte te leer in 'n universiteit en ons vat die regsboek en ons leer mense net uit dit, dan beteken dit wanneer hulle in die gemeenskap staan, dan is dit moeilik om wat hulle geleer het toe te pas. Ons moet mense wat daai kennis in hulle wese dra, moet ons uitnooi om deel te word van die universiteit. Hulle is eintlik die mense wat vir studente moet kom leer hoe werk tradisionele vorms van reëlmaak, van wetmaak. I think that's it, right? Okay. Okay. Now, I know that we've taken quite a lot of time in this translation, and it needs patience from everyone. And I want for you not to feel that we now must proceed in English, okay? And because the time is short and we have had a very generous timekeeper, are you showing me the end message? Yeah. So, we're done with translations. So what I want to ask now is that people use the language that they want to use to contribute to the discussion. And the question for this discussion is, how do we open the university so that it can talk with communities to make knowledge together that is useful to society? Okay. So the community really the university really wants to learn from the community. They want to start with the community, né?
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Cindy Spielman, representing Synergy and Tsitsikamma Wind Farm. The first response to that would be to thank the Engagement Office for organizing such a gathering, because for me, that is the first step to the question as to how does the university open itself to the communities, and how does the community access the university. I work in the communities of Tsitsikamma, Bedford, and Cookhouse. And we appreciate the fact that we do not have all the expertise. So we see the university as playing that critical role in ensuring that the academic expertise is pulled down to the communities. And how do we do that? It starts here, whereby people that work within the communities have these engagements, because the community may not understand the academic language, but it is our responsibility in ensuring that we translate whatever message so that it's understood at local level. If I may go back a bit to the question of whose knowledge is important. Local knowledge, in my view, is important if I'm from the outside. I cannot come into any community with my academic knowledge and try to override what is already within those communities. If I make an example, I work in Tsitsikamma, a community with a history of forceful removal. So it means that as a development specialist, I need to be sensitive in my engagement with these communities, and also to listen and open an ear of how that situation has traumatized this community to be at the stage that it is today. As development people, we sometimes get frustrated that, no, we are trying to do this and that, but the development, you cannot see it because the people don't want development. People do want development, but it's us who want to force our ways of development into them, right? Earlier on, I'm sorry to keep going back, we spoke about engagement. What do we mean by engagement? Again, we need to look at ourselves, because we transcribed engagement such that the people don't understand and they feel fearful, right? Because in us, engagement is a sitting with an agenda, and everyone must be able to speak in a certain way and to make a special sense or certain sense. But let's allow engagement to be open. Can I just meet you at the door and we talk and we record that as engagement? It doesn't have to be a formal sitting. And again, as I said, it speaks a lot to understanding the local context and giving that the powers that may be, because I may not know what the community of Tsitsikamma needs or see as their development. But I can put together systems in my academic way to say, oh, in development, there's these 3 steps that you need to start with. It may not make sense there. Going back to the question, local knowledge for me takes priority. Thanks.
Thanks very much. While we had the break, I was I'm not a rugby watcher, right? I actually know nothing about rugby other than that word engage. You know, the ref stands there and says, engage. And then I watch these men kind of push each other around, okay? I think often engagement could be experienced like that by people, no? And so thank you for reminding us that engagement doesn't have to be that kind of power play, and it doesn't have to be formalized. And actually most people know how to engage. It's not something new or strange or invented. People have socialized with one another to solve problems through all of human history. Okay, so Chief Caspe.
Good afternoon all.
Ik ga in Engels vertalen nou.
Okay. Goedemiddag allemaal. Eerstens wil ik mijn koning, Dr. Vivian Kok, verwelkom dat hij die programma samen met ons bijwoont. En die andere 2 chieven, all the way from Atatel, Kokstad. Tweedens wil ik voor Derek baie dankie sê dat hij altijd denkt aan die Khoisans om ons altijd te invite na programma's zoals die. So baie dankie Derek, ek waardeer het in die diepte van my hart. Eerstens en dan derdens wil ek ook sê, dankie vir Dr. Bruce Damens en sy team wat ook ons altyd ondersteun. Dan wil ek ook sê van die geleentheid van vandag is dit vir my baie belangrik en ons leer elke dag. Daar's 'n spreekwoord wat sê mense is nooit te oud om te leer. Ja, om deur die universiteit te leer, deur boeke en deur prakties dinge toe te pas in die gemeenskap is 2 different goede. Om meer fisies met die gemeenskap te werk is baie belangrik, soos een vroeë dame gesê het, 'n vroeër spreker gesê het, om tussen die mense te beweeg en te sien wat is die need in die gemeenskap in 'n huis opset en dan te leer verder te leer as wat jy geleer het. Soos ons het nou so 'n routine gedoen tussen die tafels en dan het ons by een dametjie gekom waar die saad is en hoe om dinge vir jouself te kan doen as om net aanhou te vra en self die stok te vat en die vis te gaan vang as om te verwag 'n vis wat na jou toe moet kom. So dit is ook baie belangrik. Ek het ook met Irna vroeër gedeel, veral in die gemeenskap waar het in Chetty 11 is, ran ons 'n soup kitchen. En ons die geld wat ons het, doen ons self die voedsel en wat ook geen donasies van niemand af en wat ook al. So as jy net inkom beweeg in Chetty 11 en kom kyk net hoe die gemeenskap daar vorder en dan sal ek dink dit sal beter is om julle hande in julle sak te druk. Baie dankie. My tyd is op.
Goed. I wonder, can you do Afrikaans to Xhosa? Or am I the middle, the connector? Okay. So what Chief Kasper is saying, and I'm going to really summarize there with your permission. First of all, we want to acknowledge that we have the Griqua King with us. Thank you for being here and for your presence today. And then the key point for me out of what you were saying, Dinaline, is that I'm hearing you say that engagement is a process, and that learning together is a process. We have to walk with each other. We have to spend time in local communities and just be with people to be able to understand what might be happening for them, not what we think is happening for them or what we think they need, which is a really important point that people made earlier on today. And then this issue, and you put it so beautifully in Afrikaans when you were saying, okay, and then we're going to learn further. And I love that image that you can come with all your qualifications in the university and stand with community members and learn further. So, yes, thank you for that. Shall we, are you happy with that as a short summary? Jy niks vergeet nie, niks belangrik vergeet nie? Okay.
Siqale sibulele okanye siqaphele inkosi ekhoyo yamaGriqua, siyabulela tata. Umama enye into ayithethileyo ukushwankathela ngokukhawulezileyo kukubonakalisa ukubaluleka kokusebenzisana kwe-university kwakunye nokuhlala. Yaye ndizawuqinisa nje kulo mgca ubemnye ukubana i-university inganalo ulwazi nemfundo yayo, kodwa xa sele idibene nokuhlala kulapho ifunda kabanzi kakhona.
Okay, I've been standing like this quite a lot. There's a whole another room full of people on this side. So sorry for my back. Not doing this swiveling very well. But I wondered in this group of people whether there's someone from the community who wants to tell us how you think the university should open itself up to learn with community people. I'm hoping there might be an answer over there. Can we pass the mic to you? No? Hope Revolution. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremiah Abrams. Yeah, engaging with community and learn from them, it is indeed a process, and I like what others had said in this meeting, is walking with people. You get to understand them, walking with them. And there's so much knowledge within our local communities that we as the learned ones can capture and make notes. So me as a person working with people on a daily basis, I engage with the locals of locals. Working in an environment where you go into the gutters, collecting the people who's been fallen, people who's been left behind. But when you hear from them the stories, like you open with a story, when you hear from them, it is a rejection, it has been overlooking by society, and what the lady said, sometimes we come in, we've got that bulldozing mentality. With what we have, we want to implement and impose on them. So it is, for me, it's important as a person to get to where we are equal. Looking at the person and see the equality. That is also a person made in the image, and not overlooking him and also just see him as someone down there. But in that person, there's so much information. There's potential, and there's also power within him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A really sort of powerful idea of the thing that connects us is a common humanity. If we can see the humanity of other people, that helps us to open some of the gates that are there between members of society. More women voices. I'm standing here. Anyone want to volunteer? I'm pressurizing you. I know I am, but is this one?
You will. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, we will, definitely. My name is Ovile. I come from far from here. It's quite a pleasure for me to have been here today and to be part of this engagement. I come from a rural area that is between East London and Mdantsane, Ngahoni. Just briefly, I would like to share a common ground with the speaker from Synergy. When she says, when you want to make an impact into community, I've learned that you don't have to impose on them. I've learned from my own experiences that you need to walk in the footsteps of that community, because people identify more with you if you can show that you have walked in their footsteps, and you identify with their problems, their troubles, and you haven't come to impose, but rather to work with, so that you can establish and reach meeting of the minds, because meeting of the minds is very important if we are to make any meaningful impact to anyone. So my own experiences working with the communities have taught me that I need to walk in that community's footsteps before, and when I interact with them, then they appreciate you more when you are coming with an inbound knowledge of who they are, what they're all about, before you can be able to make any meaningful impact. And I think the lady here next to me will share something. So,
quick summary, Afrikaans and Xhosa. So, what's her name? Ovile. Ovile Ut. She says, sy sê, sy werk in 'n gemeenskap tussen Oos-London en Ngahoni. En sy sê wat sy geleer het uit die werk wat sy doen met die gemeenskap saam, is om saam met die gemeenskap te loop, om in hulle voetspore te volg. In ander woorde, jy loop nie voor die gemeenskap uit nie, jy volg in hulle voetspore, en dat daai verhouding wat opgebou word oor tyd is die ding wat engagement moontlik maak. Wat dit moontlik maak vir samewerking en wat dit moontlik maak om kennis saam in die wêreld in te bring, né? Ek het nou ietsie bygesê, maar ek dink jy bedoel dit. I think you mean that. Can we?
Ndizokuqala ngotata waseHope. Uthe luninzi ulwazi olufumaneka ekuhlaleni. Yaye nanjengomuntu osebenza nabantu abaninzi aye axolumane nabo. Ukhe athethe aze afumanise into yokubana abantu zinto zimbini abathi badibane nazo, ukungafunwa ekuhlaleni nokuvalelwa ngaphandle. Isizathu salonto ibe yindlela ababukeka ngayo. Kanti ukuba besinothi sihlale nabo abantu sincokolo okanye sive, singafunda lukhulu kubo. Mama yena uvalise ngento ethi kubalulekile ukuhamba nomuntu ukwenzela uba sizokuqonda ukubaluleka okanye okuninzi abantu abadlula kubo xa sele sithi sisebenze nabo. Loo nto ke yenzeka ngokuthi kubekho unxibelelwano phakathi kwabantu neYunivesithi. Enkosi.
Good afternoon. My name is Panji. I'm from Malushi Foundation, and I'm an Earth Buddy. And my concern is what I saw, and I'm saying it to the university. We should not be using polystyrene cups if we want to save the planet. So please abstain from that. And I suppose we need to teach out there, and if we're setting that example, we're not going too far. Thank you very much.
So, thank you for that. We definitely need to preach, stop preaching and do what we're supposed to do. 13, 15? Okay. So, I'm now going to give 5 minutes to university people. Any takers? Oh, cool. Thank you.
Okay. So there's a term there, esiXhoseni sithi luvalo. Anxiety. Ne? So as I'm sitting here today, I'm thinking I would love to find out from the community what anxieties do they have in engaging with the university, like right now in this room. Because I have a sense that there's a lot that actually could be unearthed in this conversation that's not coming out, and I'm not quite sure why that is. It might be an assumption, but I think that there's more that can actually come out of this engagement today. Perhaps it's, I don't know, there's also time constraints. But there are ways of being in the world that make us more comfortable to be the best honest or the most honest expression of who we are, right? And I want to know what are the things that the university can do better to invite those honest expressions from the community. That's not happening here today.
So over there, and then Bernie. Yes?
Oh, can I go? Okay, I think just to also answer to what Ntombovu is referring to, and it's something that also was unsettling for me when I walked into this room. We're talking about collectively engaging with our communities and sort of dismantling the power or the historic power that the university has, but I am seeing that power in this room. We are able to go into our communities to engage with them, but yet they are not allowed to come into our space. You need a reason to come into the university space. Who are you seeing? What project or what conference are you attending? And yet we can walk into our communities and demand to speak to the gatekeepers, and we're in. So that's the issue I have, and I feel that's the anxiety that most of us feel, because I also come from those communities. So when the university instructs us to come and engage with them, we come, but it's never on our terms, it's never on our turf. Thank you.
shall we do is Xhosa first? And then, sorry? Oh, your mic has disappeared. There we go.
Ek is nog nie bewus daarvan of jy miskien nie belangstel in wat ek gaan sê nie. But let me say this. I'm just a little bit concerned. At the end of the year, many students are going to graduate. I want you to listen to me very carefully. They're going to graduate. They're going to leave the university and they're going back into their communities. Are they going to be an asset to that community, or are they going to be a liability? Are they going to be an asset to this country, or are they going to be a liability? So the question here is, the people that we train and teach at the university, have we taken into consideration what are the needs in our communities, and we train and teach them accordingly? If I look at the education system of Zimbabwe, from grade 10, those children are already specializing. Our education system is general. We teach them all the subjects up to grade 12, and then only at university level they start to decide in which direction do I actually want to follow my studies. So my question again is, we're talking about inside and outside. What is learned inside? Is it going to be effective outside? Is it going to be efficient outside? Why do we have so many unemployed graduates? Is it because what they are taught in the university does not meet the requirements of the community out there? Is it also that we have not taken into consideration how to use our graduates to develop our communities? I was having a conversation with somebody last night, and this is what came up. There are many kings, but there are no kingdoms. Now, when we say there are no kingdoms, remember when we talk about a kingdom, we're talking about people. We're talking about communities. We're talking about community involvement. We're talking about development. I have looked at many kings, but I don't see a kingdom. And now the question is, back to the university. Are you really preparing them to become an asset, not a liability?
I think this was on. Thank you very much. In Afrikaans? En die vorige twee vrae in Afrikaans? Is het nodig? Is julle okay? Goed. Can we do that in Xhosa?
Okay,
Just like a summarized version? Because
just
I
short
think we have 5 or 7 minutes left.
Ukuthatha nje ndingakhange ndikhombe umuntu, siyava ukuba kubalulekile into yokubana nyani engagement yenzeke ngokwenene. Kodwa ke kubekho umbuzo othi ngobani ekufuneka baye kubani, ngoba uyawufumanisa into yokuba kulula i-university uba mayiye ekuhlaleni, kodwa i-community yona kube nzima uba mayingene. Inkosi ke yade yabuza umbuzo into yokubana ingaba nyani i-university iqeqesha abafundi into yokuba babe ngabantu okanye babe lulutho ekuhlaleni okanye babe ngabantu abazokuhlala. Inkosi.
So, thank you. So, another really important question for those of us who work in the university is, are we preparing people to be in the real world or not. I want to ask if anyone from the university wants to say, oh, Bernie, sorry, you wanted to say something? You hold, okay. Anyone else who would like to talk, please?
Not from the university, though. Just an addition to the King's comment, and I think it's an important one, is that are we preparing, or are you preparing our children that are university graduates to go back to their communities? My experience is that once we have graduated and once we have achieved something in life, we turn our back and we come back maybe Christmas or something and show off in our flashy car. But are the graduates prepared to go back into their communities and actually develop them?
So I think that question was also there earlier today. I don't know that we need to find answers here, but we do need to ask one another those tough questions. And so, any more tough questions? Okay, small accident, everyone's safe over there? You want to say something? Yeah?
Oh, thank you.
Forget
It's
I
actually
just-
not a question more than it is a statement that I will be making to the effect that, look, I don't think the university should really be too hard on itself. We must also acknowledge the good, the challenge that was put as on the DVC's speech or opening at the beginning of the year. So we need to acknowledge the fact that if we are seated here like this, being at the university, the community, and all the stakeholders that are here today, so some good has been achieved there. That is a great positive. If we are having this conversation, be it that there is still more work to be done, there is a lot of homework that needs to be done, but we need to acknowledge the fact that the university has reached out and it has managed to attract people like myself from far. So it means that it is out there, and if it has managed to reach me from where I was coming from the rural area of Ngahoni, and it made me to travel all the way to make sure that I come and I sleep here so that I can be here. So a great deal of a lot has been achieved. So not only does it mean that the university is concentrating on Gqeberha alone, but the Greater Eastern Cape. There is still more room for that to happen. But I am sure there is quite a lot that I've received from here that I'll be taking back to my community and the people around me. And next time I'm sure to come and exhibit. And I'm also sure to invite more stakeholders from that side of the Greater Eastern Cape. So let us at least acknowledge that as well. Homework, lots and lots of it to be done, but positives, great positives overall.
So, thank you. I think this means my work is done.
Yes.
You did that so beautifully for me. Thank you. So, hand to all of you. I'm not sure what happens next. I think we're having another session.
All right, so we're actually meant to take a break, but we're proposing to please change the program slightly. Instead of taking a break, because we believe everyone got a sense of all the stalls, all the exhibitors that are here, that we instead continue with the roundtable. So we go into roundtable 3. But before that, we have a student here with us, Asemahle Thunya, who has a creative input to share with us.
Molweni, how are you guys? How are you guys? Asemahle Thunya, thank you so much. I've got a few minutes just to engage with you. So, DJ, okay. So can I just go through a lot of just feelings of emotion? I'm a student, came from East London, where she's coming from. So I just want to share a few songs with you. I hope you like the song. Volume up, please, DJ. Yeah. Walking down the road, trying to find home. Where do I go? Playing on my phone. Talking to my heart and it said it misses home. So I picked up the phone and then I called home. I called a couple cousins just to check them on the... I've been busy on the hustle, so I'm always far from home. I called my gran just to hear how's home. She says her own sons ain't picking up the phone. So I'm the man at home, even though I'm not at home. If you mad, go. I've been texting little bros and boys that don't know more. Dino just became a man, big cow gon' follow for sure. I tell them stay true, big bro, be there for sure. He seen it all before. We lost so many loved ones and we missed them all for sure. I'm trying to have a song for everybody out there, so feel free to enjoy yourself, move and shake, whatever you like, otherwise it's engagement. So thank you all for coming out again. Thank you. And I'm heading to the top, keep racing for my fall. I got a few loved ones that will catch me if I fall. Shout out to Cage, y'all feel free to move and do whatever you like. Thank you. Let me hit him with the call. Thank you so much for the energy. I'm like you so much. She takes good care of me, the closest family. We don't want no more tears. Come celebrate with me. I said it's about to be my, so celebrate with me. So everybody's out here to get money, get fed. So the next song is gonna be Money Moves. Otherwise, that one was called Pick Up the Phone. That's my grand song. That was my grand. Yeah, for the youth, the students, my age, this is one for you. Yeah. Yeah. I need demon, Lindy Pete, emotionally. Now I'm outside and he's socially. I'm outside and he's social me. I'm counting all my blessings. I'm out here making money moves, honey. I'm back on my bag, they feeling this. It's me and Cat, they feeling this. I'm back on my bag, they feeling this. I've been mission real. In the hood, we started a movement. CF the movement, I'm president. Say my name for relevance. They do it for, you know they ain't relevant. Friends for money, they change up. Family acting like strangers. I'm back on my. Now I'm outside and he's socially. Man, I'm outside and he's social me. Man, I'm counting all my. I'm out here making money moves. Nali demon, Lily Pete, Lily. Now I'm outside and he's social me. I'm counting all my. Man, I'm out here making money moves. Yeah. I just recorded this song probably 2 weeks back. SSV of South Campus. But the next one is very personal. It's called Letter to Home. I think we all come from different places, different homes. So it's about celebrating diversity, togetherness, and the community as a whole. So, yeah. Y'all might be a team, but a team can't kick for poles. Individual skills, I said, individual goals. Yeah, that's what the university believes in, right? Diversity. Yeah. We all got different dreams. We all got different goals. Yeah. I said we all come different homes. Feelings in my body no die. Kali go to Bombu. Oh yeah. Feelings in my body no die. Go to Bombu. And sometimes go to my daughter, but get. Yeah, I'd like to say a quick prayer. I'm so far from home, yet I don't feel alone. Yeah, I've been all around the world. I met some people that care. All around the world, people that share. I am so far from home, yet I don't feel alone. Yeah, I billions in man, he think about saying, I know, I think you will know, I am girl, I know. Knocks on, I know not. Abon, do listen. Sawawa no so Nabonja babonan Bulisa no pelisa jo. Okay, no place like Dala no dagwende nawe onde dia okuna. Hey! Udala no dagwende nawe onde da. If you had a good time today, just move your hands in the air. Enjoy the event as a whole. Please move your hands in the air like this. Time to engage. Time to engage. Thank y'all so much. More hands, there's a lot of us inside you. If y'all had a good time here and you have a good time to be here, please hands in the air like this. Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We all got different. Let's go. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah, we come from different homes. Yeah, yeah. This is the last time and I'm leaving. Okay. But in no time, Kylie go to Bombu. Yeah. Y'all been a beautiful crowd, man. Thank y'all so much. Yeah. Yeah. In billions, but in no time, go to Bombu. Come along, that's so much the tool. Your faith in underscore the movement. Thank y'all so much, man. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you so much, Asemahle, for that input. Now, we did say this is an international engagement festival. And for the next session, we would like to bring on Prof. Jürgen Enders from the University of Bath, who will be facilitating this third roundtable discussion. And he will be joined from the university by Sisukhanyi Manzini, Bernie Dolly from Ikala Trust, and a student, Bontle Monahati.
Thank you. Please, where are my people?
Skanye Manzi.
But somebody is still missing. Yeah, let's see. Let's wait for a moment. So my name is Jürgen. I came, I think it's about 11,000 kilometers. Is that right? To be here? And it's a great pleasure and a privilege to be back in this place. I've been to the university and to the city and to the beautiful places around here several times. So very many thanks for having me. Please come join us. Yeah. They changed the program without telling us. They know how flexible we are. How flexible I am? Yeah.
I'm going to need to use it.
So it's great to be back. It's a great privilege to be here. It's very interesting, actually. And in preparation of this, what have I been told? I should take care that we are critical. I should respect the protocol. I should take care that nobody dominates the discussion. I think that's were kind of the messages I got. And looking at the program, I thought, what it says, transformation and engagement. I thought, oh wow. Ladies and gentlemen, have mercy. What do you mean by transformation? When I'm in South Africa, I hear that word a lot. It's used a lot. Forgive me, I know I am a visitor here. But I sometimes wonder, is it perhaps overused? Is it used so much that we do no longer know what we're talking about? Because it means everything. And when it means everything, it means nothing. Right? So part of what I hope for in this session is to bring this to life, to understand a bit better what it actually means in this context. And bringing it to life for me also means, yes, let's be critical, but also let's try to talk about what we actually achieve, what we have done, what is really to celebrate about what is happening and what we're doing. So I thought You are working here on campus, right? So our host should begin. Is that okay? Good.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kanye. I won't tell you my age. That's why I'm sitting down, right? I've been given just maybe 5 minutes, and I've got fellow disruptors with me, right? So I'm going to call up Taffy. Taffy, you got the memo, right? You know what to do.
Sabrina, may you please sit where Bruce is sitting. Cindy, come sit here. Erna, please go sit where Cindy was sitting. Cindy, please go sit where Sabrina was sitting. Thank you.
Is that all?
I thought it says another Cindy.
Dombo, sit over there, please. Over there. Over there. Let's take that in for a little bit. Round 2. I'm going to ask you all, please, just to look at that screen. I also have helpers with me. Where are they? Where are the interns? Okay. Simple question. What do you see? That's all you have to answer. What do you see? Okay? First one. If you can't see in that screen, same image is over there. What do you see? Can I have input? Maybe one person? Yes, sir? Gentleman is seeing 2 faces. How many people are seeing 2 faces? Ooh, majority. Anybody seeing anything different? Say that again. A cup. A cup. Hold on to that. Oh no, you disqualified. Yes, ma'am, right at the back. A vase. Okay, so some sort of container. Right. Second one. What do you see? Next one, please, Carl. What do you see? Seeing 1, seeing 2, seeing 3. Okay. Lady in the green. You're seeing 2 things. Okay, let's start with the first one. She said old lady. Who from us is seeing an old lady? Couple of hands. Take your time. Some of us obviously may need to have our eyes checked after this, right? Okay. I did work in eye care, so I'm looking as well who may need visual aid. Who is seeing a young woman? Ah, almost full house. Okay. Third riddle. Carl, thank you. Interns, thank you very much. Take your time. Take your time. Any takers? I want to disqualify a few people, man. I want to, the hands are itching. They're going to stand on top of the chairs. Do you want to take? Elephant? Hold on. So that it doesn't come from me, yeah?
Elephant, donkey or horse, dog, cat or a leopard, and a man standing next to the door.
And A?
A figure of a man. A figure of a human being.
Okay. I hear elephant, I hear donkey, I hear cat. Okay, can I have you? I've got 1 more minute left. Okay.
Everything that has been mentioned except for the man, and then there's a ratinyana there at the end.
There's a ratinyana there. Can I take 1 or 2 more? What do you see, sir?
Everything that was mentioned, there's also a dolphin.
There's also a dolphin. Aha. Things are coming out now, that's for sure. Okay, 1 more. Can I take you, sir? Can I take you? Oh, thank you for the mic. What do you see?
It's everything that's been said and a
Mhm.
snake.
And a snake. Where do you see the snake?
The tail, elephant tail.
Okay. What? Yeah. I've got less than a minute, so this is how I would want to conclude, although I've opened up. What if I told you there were 16 figures there? 16. 16.
Something else there.
Okay. Let me try and conclude. Carl, thank you very much. My contribution perhaps today could be a confusing one. So, as far as transformation, in the beginning, Taffy came and disrupted everybody. There was no memo, she didn't ask anybody, she just commanded. How does it feel to be disrupted? Because we want change, right? Taffy wanted change. But the manner in which that change happened could be very uncomfortable. So is it possible that change hurts? Okay? It's disruptive. With the 30 seconds I have left, let's talk about engagement. Now, how is it possible that all of us can be looking at one picture but have different things to say about it? How does that impact us as far as engagement? Let me leave it there. I don't have answers. I just have questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't know, I couldn't see the dolphin. Can't help it. I couldn't see what just, tells you about academics. So maybe we move on with you, yeah?
Okay, so I'm going to follow Kanye and I'm going to wear this hat, which I bought at that stall. So I just invite you to go there. It was 100 rand. Supporting the planet by recycling. So mine's going to be transformation engagement depending on which hat I'm wearing. So I play a multitude of roles in society and in my life. And it depends on which role I'm playing to what extent I will engage with transformation. So I'm not just a social activist, I'm the director of an organization, I'm a mother, I'm a widow now because I lost my husband. And that was deciding, none of us are talking about that. How COVID transformed people, communities, families, and the world, we will never see again. And I can speak from my own personal experience, having lost my husband through COVID, and how I've had to transform and disengage with some things and engage more with others. And I think it's exactly the same at a university level. Before you become part of the university community, you're an individual. And transformation starts with me. So if my attitude to transformation is not good, I cannot expect to take that into a university and expect the university to accommodate where I am. So I think it's hugely contested. And like you were saying, I think it's overused. We get money from international donors. They don't want to hear that word anymore because I don't think it's lost its meaning. And I feel it in the work that I do. And when I was trying to think about this particular, because I'm a pragmatist, I was trying to think where I really can speak for my many years of working in the sector, where transformation really happened was where trust existed. And for me, that is the key. We're not talking about that. There was reference to it earlier today. But we cannot begin to talk about transformation and engagement until we actually talk about, I won't trust you to transform me if I don't know you. So I think those are for me, I'm trying to think, what are the building blocks to enable transformation? And in a country where we don't trust anymore, because of what's going on, the task becomes harder. So I'm looking at myself and saying, how do I deal with change? We all struggle. I think it's easy to talk about, glib and cheap. To do it, personally, is very, very difficult. But where I've seen it root, and it's been effective, is where there was time spent building trust. At an individual level, that then that individual becomes the champion in their community and they enable the connection with yourself. So that's my question. Is there time? Because this needs time. At a university level, and I spoke about it in the meeting that we had, there's so much the students have to achieve, so much pressure. How are they still going to find the time to be able to engage and transfer all at the same time? It's family pressure, it's student pressure, it's bursaries that must be paid back, and all of that. So who have we left out of the conversation? Who's transforming who? And somebody made reference to the university and all these empty seats. It would be interesting to know how many faculties are here and represented. So, for instance, do they not think they need this? Is this only all about the soft kind of stuff that we got here because it's our job to do that? Everybody from the university, a representative should have been here from every faculty. I think that for me was important. Thank you. I'll hold it there.
Yeah, thank you very much. I once wrote a paper about trust, accountability, and competition as ways of organizing social life. And I think what we're experiencing is that trust diminishes and we more and more go for competition and more for accountability. And that is actually an issue, I think. It's a problem. But to stick to the theme of this round table, I mean, I thought one of the obvious questions that this topic around transformation raises is actually the university ready to be transformed? Or is that a one-way street? Question mark. No, I think if we mean what we started to discuss earlier, co-creation of knowledge, respect for others, respect for other knowledge, and if you then go one step further, it means that when you engage, you could be changed as well, as you rightly said, Okay, please. Yeah?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bontle Manahadi. I am a final year BCom tourism student, and I am originally from a small town in the Free State called Kroonstad. So I am Sotho speaking. And for me, transformation in a university space involves significant changes in various aspects of the institution, ranging from organizational structure to culture and educational approaches and community engagement. For me, when we speak of a transformed university, I would imagine a university that often revises its mission and vision statements to reflect a renewed commitment to contemporary educational goals, inclusivity, innovation, and societal impact. And to truly transform the educational space, especially through engagement, I think a key aspect as a student myself that I would love the universities to look into is to transform their curriculum. By transforming the curriculum, I mean introducing interdisciplinary programs that bridge traditional academic disciplines and promote a holistic approach to learning. This could also involve experiential learning, but not only by visiting internships, by engaging with workplaces and different other stakeholders, but we need to visit experiential learning on the basis of where we come from, so within our community. And when we do research projects and so forth, have them more centered to our communities and where we come from. But we can't necessarily do that if we don't have a deepened connection with the communities, not only where we come from, but the communities in which our universities are built. As a student coming from the Free State, I came here, everyone sees me, they think, oh, black lady, she knows how to speak Xhosa. I often find it difficult for me to even engage with people in communities. So I don't even just look at engagement from a university to student aspect, community to university, but students also need to learn how to engage and communicate to the communities. And language is a big barrier. If I don't know how to communicate with the people around me, then it's difficult for me to even get around. That's where I believe the university should then be the middle ground and transform then the curriculum to promote us learning the languages within the communities, teaching us about the cultural sensitivities in those communities and so forth. But I think what's also important to remember is transformation is an ongoing process. We can never say, okay, this is where we stop, or we've engaged enough, we think we know what you want. Even when I am a student leader for a society, and there's certain goals that we always want to meet. However, with those goals, they might not resonate with everyone within the society. It is then my obligation, I feel, to then go back to the members of my society and ask them, what is it that you are lacking? What is it that you want? How can I assist you in fostering a relationship where you even feel comfortable without me having to call a meeting? You feel comfortable to come up to me, walk up to me and say, hey, I'd like to go to A, B, and C. Then I can go back to my university and make that happen, to keep the relation, not only just make them happy, but keep the relationship as a give and take. That's my take on it, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For me, English is a second language. I don't speak Afrikaans. I don't speak any other of the South African languages. I speak Dutch, accidentally, but I'm very well aware that Dutch is not Afrikaans, or Afrikaans is not Dutch. But the other thing is, I have a younger brother who is 6 years younger than me, so when I already went to uni, he was still in school. And he took me to school to visit half a day his classes. And I come from a coal mining area, so there were all kids of the miners sitting in the class, and the young lady teacher was so obviously an upper middle class woman that even though they all spoke German, they couldn't understand each other. They just simply didn't speak the same language. So what speaks to your point even beyond the very obvious issues. But let's open this up now, the conversation. Who would like to join in whichever language you feel like? Okay, we have maybe ladies first. Is that okay for you? And then you join?
Okay, so when we began the session, Prof, you asked, do we overuse the word transformation? Yeah? I think given the social context of the country that we live in, we're not using the word enough, actually. I don't think we overuse it. The second part to your question was, do you think we overuse the word to a point that it loses its value? I think potentially, yes, it might be losing its value if we don't know what the alternative is, if we don't know what the alternative we want to see is, right? And then Mrs. Kanye, when she started her presentation, she asked us, what do we see? So perhaps we should be asking ourselves, what do we want to see? Ne? Prof. Kitsapiti is not here now, but he once spoke about this courageous undoing of the self. So when we're talking about transformation through engagement, I think we really need to look at how not only this work transforms us, but how this work transforms us so that we can be better colleagues, how we can be better mothers, better friends, better people. You know what I'm saying? So I think the transformation really does begin with the self. And I can tell you now, like when I began doing this work back in 2019 and where I am now, I'm meeting many iterations of myself. I'm evolving through this work. So I think, Dolly, Bernie, you also referred to this. It really must transform who we are first. We can't want to transform institutions, organizations, communities if we ourselves are not transforming.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Carl Lishilu. Sis K actually provoked my thoughts with the slide, you know. And if I was to tell her that, since she says that she sees 13 things, I see 14 things, including the color black and white, you know? What am I trying to say? My point is that with engagement and transformation, what I've learned is that there is ambiguity to it. There are a lot of ways to interpret it, you know? And in terms of transformation on its own, I think it also goes back to a person, a human being. Because there is the truth we speak from 9 to 5. For example, Reese, when you are given a project to work on GBV, for example, but when you get home, you hit your husband. But you are actually working for the transformation department, meaning that we have a dual consciousness. There's the truth where we speak in public, there is the truth we speak when we're with our friends. So that is where I get to clash. Well, Reese, I know you don't do that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, please.
Oh, sorry, I did already get the mic. Can I just quickly jump in? Sorry. Cool. Okay, hello colleagues. My name is Osaboyen Clifford, a warrior from Nigeria, but been a student and staff of this institution for a couple of years now. So just the two different strands I'm interested in. The first is the university transformation policies, and we can have these conversations and we can put them in policies, but to what extent do they translate into praxis, and to what extent do they translate into the everyday living of the students and staff? Earlier this year, I was part of a research with Prof. Tate from University of Alberta, and we interviewed a couple of students and a couple of staffs in this university, and we asked a simple question: do you know the university's transformation policy? And every single one of my participants said no, which is very interesting. This is both students and staff. And there is a policy, if you go to the university website. So we come up with these beautiful documents, but if the people that these documents are supposed to inform are not even aware of them, then what impact are they even making? So how can we bridge the gap between this conversation and the other 99.9% of the institution that is not in this room? That's one. Two is the fact that values play a big role in the transformation process. What is the institutional culture, and how does that affect a person? And I would go to my colleague Ntombo 1 minute ago, statement of the transformation has to start with you, the person. And I'll use myself as a good example. You know, came here in 2015, came to South Africa from Nigeria, where the LGBTQ plus community gets jailed for 14 years, right, if you found to be practicing that. So I came to this country very homophobic, because this is the culture I grew up in. Having been in this institution, without it being outlined in any of my curriculum, without no lecturer clearly stating to me, there was an unlearning and a relearning because of the values that inform this institution. So we also have to be aware that the values which Nelson Mandela University stands for also plays a big role in the transformation process. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I'll be very short. I think to just share my learning from the pictures. It says to us, what you see may not be what it is. That is why it's important, and I will keep going back to this, to ensure that the local intelligence, the person who did that drawing is the person who knows how many objects are there. We sat here, we saw different things. I'll make an example of us development specialists again. You go into a school, you read the reports, you learn that the school has been around 40% and below all this time when it comes to matric results. And we assume maybe it's because there's no proper maths and science teacher. This is us entering the school and seeing what is on the surface and not looking below what is within the roots. What are the roots of this? So this is my learning from that. It's actually emphasizing that what you see may not be what it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
can I also just say something, please?
where are you? Oh, yes, please.
Thank you. Okay. Transformation for me, I'm reminded when South Africa became a democratic country in 1994. Some of you were too young, but the word was not transformation, but it was paradigm shift. If you can remember that. Paradigm shift means the change of your mind, the change of the way you do things. Transformation, if you read in the book of Revelation chapter 12, it says, renew your minds. Transformation talks about the renewing of your mind. And right now, I don't think our minds are renewed. I don't think we really think there is a paradigm shift, because we have a tendency to be stereotyped. We have a tendency to fall in a rut. And once we fall in a rut, it is very difficult to use this word transformation. And I assume that our many students are here. I'm no more a student, I'm retired, but I was a student of Nelson Mandela many years ago. I did the MPA degree here. And I want to say, when you are a student here and you go out into your community, the transformation really takes place within you, not the system, within you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Wensley Jackson. And I want to start by what I was thinking before I comment on to the King. Transformation and engagement has become a commodity to human beings. It is now something outside of us. It is not something that we practice as humans. It has become a skill that we need to walk into this arena and speak perfect English to be acknowledged. If I speak in a colored accent, I won't be heard. But if I speak like this and roar my R, I will be heard. People will listen to me and they will look at me and acknowledge everything that I'm saying, and they will take in my presence. And as students, that transformation does take place. 2 days ago, I went back home from the university, from Res, and the transformation that took place in me for the past 3 years has been great. I have learned that I am not just a boy from the rural area, I'm not just a boy from the northern areas where they shoot each other and stab each other, but I am much more of a human being outside that bubble. I have learned that there's this different perspectives, and that this engagement and this transformation is empathy. And I need to put myself in another person's shoes in order for us to sit around this table and have the same discussion. Because in this room, there's students like me, there's doctors, there's professors, there's heads of organizations, there's directors, but yet we are having the same discussion. So who owns this knowledge and who owns the transformation? But the transformation is the renewal of the mind that we need to be open to and willing to learn. I am part of the LGBTQ community, and everyone in my household was born before 1975. So just imagine the struggle for me as a Gen Z born in 2003, having to transform the minds of my parents, my siblings, in order for my living environment to be as great as the environment back at the university. Because there I'm a butterfly, and I have to go back to being in a shell when I'm at home. So that transformation is teaching my parents and their willingness to unlearn the stereotypes, the patriarchy, the gendering of every concept that they live in. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Well, how interesting. Let me look around. I don't know, where are the timekeepers? They're gone. So we have all time in the world now. There's nobody showing black on white, 1 minute left or something like that. So please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd just like to speak to the fact that we were talking about the empty chairs and the fact that everyone is not here. Maybe we have to look at how people engage with one another. Some people don't sit around in a circle and engage. Others engage on the sport field. Others engage at a club. But they talk about serious issues. So what's fit for one doesn't fit for all. We need to engage our learners, our school learners, our teachers. But where do we find them? Because, and I think the timing, we are ready to pick up, write all the reports, make sure everything is in order. So maybe just a tip, look at the timing of this conversation so that we make sure that everyone is here. But it doesn't have to be like this. And it doesn't have to, we will never get all the seats filled anymore. Never. Because we've got different agendas also. Some you will find here, some outside of this room, and it's okay to be outside. It's okay to have the discussion outside of this room. But there should be someone that record the proceedings or the discussion so that they can bring it back to this meeting or a table so that everyone's views can be taken into consideration. So this one fits all is not going to work, not even for our youth, because they want music. And when the music is talking, they engage. And they tell you, this is what that message is saying to us. They want to dance, they want to be free, not sit like this. But we must create a platform for everyone. And for the gogos, they run there at the stadium, Uncle Derek. They run at the stadium, they meet, the Mañanos meet in church on a Thursday. The women pray. So when they pray, we engage with them. The preachers are in the streets. We went to Boysen Park yesterday because it's 16 days of activism. So we went around in the streets in a place where violence is a problem. But there's a message because we are preachers. And when the preacher not preach, but we have empathy, we say to the community, no longer will the church be quiet. Because the church understands we are not a building, we are the church. And we need to be part of the community. So where there's forums engaging, when the street committees engaging, when there's people walking at night, making sure that we are safe, we go to their meetings and we engage them. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Two gentlemen over there. Wait a moment. Wait a minute. No, it's just going to. Did you? Yes.
No, I want to agree with my sister, my choose, my colleague. I think we have to stop spending time on worrying about the empty seats. We have to celebrate the seats that are full. We spend so much time worrying who's not arriving. That's my first comment. The second comment, we as well as a university, in trying to get off or transform or change or shift our paradigm, as the King suggested, this is not the only space. It's November. I don't have vocabulary. That's the one thing. So it's just pompous to think that this can be the only space where this type of conversation can happen. When we talk about deep, meaningful change, it has to be in Wensley's home. And we have to recognize that as a space of deep conversation constructed in ways that make sense to that community. It has to be in the streets of Easter River, where the faith-based organization leaders are laying on their face and inviting the gangs to put down their guns. That's engagement. Inviting mothers to come out and pray and speak, because the power of the woman's voice, it's much more stronger when it's brought out in the street. It has to be Zwede Development Forum that makes a decision that we will not allow SMMEs to be pulled into a process that's historical, that's crippling our country. That's engagement. And so we must see the space facilitator as only but one space, not the space. And then the question is, how do we connect these knowledges in a way that becomes meaningful to everyone, not only to us and to our agenda? I think we have the advantage of technology now, because this has been streamed. And there are many reasons why people are not here. And I agree the timing will never be perfect. Two of my colleagues were hanging me there to dry, to run around, not be around. But where's the faculties? Why isn't everyone here? And the critique is fair. You see, we don't have to be defensive every time because I know what we did. But there's so much learning we still have to do, because I think at the value of what we want to achieve is to ensure that we invite the voices. The spaces shouldn't be closed. But I think as a university we should have a bit of grace. We're not perfect, but we also need grace to say that we are learning. But it's these type of critiques, I think, that open up those opportunities, and what we do with it. I think people at the next conversation will say, okay, let's see now that we know better, are we doing better? But I think, because I know most of the people in this room, everyone in this room have shifted spaces where you are in, across society. I have that privilege. Colleagues from Innoventon there, right to the colleagues in career services, to Zwede, that's threatening me to buy, I must buy the vegetables. Now someone that doesn't know Zwede Development Forum won't understand that type of relationship. It's taken time and we need trust. But we understand why things have to exchange. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes. Greetings to the house. My name is Ubongani Momoti. I come from the disability unit at NMU. We call it Universal Accessibility and Disability Services. But I will not be speaking on behalf of where I'm coming from. I'll come from a perspective of being a former student leader and activist at the university who interacted with this question a lot of transformation. And I think the best position to start when we are tackling this issue of transformation is, why is there a need for this transformation? And what is the role of the institution within itself in advancing the transformation agenda? And also, because universities are a microcosm of society and are a component of society itself, what is the role of institutions in transforming or advancing the transformation agenda within the broader society itself? And it is important because now, having community stakeholders such as these in this platform, it means that we are on the right track of a transformation agenda. The need of a transformation agenda, particularly in South Africa, is because of our history. And that is why, and post-democracy, we are facing a myriad of social challenges, economic challenges, and political challenges, which are intertwined, which are complex themselves. And every time, each generation, when it comes with a solution, because society is constantly changing, because of the complexities, that solution at that particular time becomes a problem in a decade later. So we are coming to engagement now. There is a constant need for engagement, and there will never be an end point for engagement, because a solution that will make today of creating a GPV forum for the next 5 years, there will be a new problem that might arise because of these challenges that we're facing. So we must not be bored about this discussion of transformation. It will happen up until there is another crisis that will happen. So in institutions of higher learning within society, they are seen as this hub that generates knowledge, that absorb a particular cohort of social group students from walks of life, and particularly in that absorption in Eastern Cape, we are previously and historically disadvantaged. The universities that we have, many of them are historically black, and they were disadvantaged and marginalized. So the inclusion of learners to them is a transformation agenda in itself. So we have all of these aspects that we need to redress, but the challenges that we do have is that we have pressing immediate challenges and more structural challenges. So, for instance, we are facing at schools here, which is one of the projects, I'm sure Dr. Bruce will allude upon, the food systems and security project, of students that are facing a question of hunger at res and in institutions of higher learning, and it affects their academic performance. And that is an immediate, everyday crisis they are facing, but it is not, it is also a structural one. So you cannot have a solution for today which might be a problem tomorrow. So when we are engaging, and these things, hence now we need to have these discussions, not only here, and we must have them ongoingly, because the next generation of tomorrow, this discussion, the outcomes of this discussion today will not be relevant in 5 years' time. Which means that we must constantly revisit, are we relevant? What is the society facing? What is the government doing? What are institutions doing? What is this new generation doing? Consistently. So the transformation agenda, it's there to redress, one, the injustices of the past. Number two, it is to create a socio and economic environment for all previously disadvantaged to be elevated, to be in the same level as everyone who was previously advantaged, to enjoy resources, social amenities, such as health, education, etc. And even this, when we achieve that state, we will no longer be pressing students after grade 12, all of them to go to to universities, which are collapsing and overwhelmed either way. And there is no solution for students who do not go to universities. Our transformation agenda with communities is that students and young people, as I close now, students and young people must be able to sustain and live themselves outside of this one solution of institutions of higher learning. Hence, institutions of higher learning are facing, they are, in fact, you are hung. It's unfair because they are expected to contribute to society so much because institutions of higher learning are the only instrument or organism within society that is deemed to have this transformation. So there is a discussion of transformation which needs to be transformed itself.
Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Words of wisdom, I think. Thank you all very, very much. I'm grateful that I have the privilege to be here today. And now I have the privilege to close this session. Thanking you for a very lively debate. I think that was great. And I think the images helped a lot to stimulate this, you know. And there's always more to the picture than meets the eye, right? Okay, very many thanks. I don't know what is happening now, but I don't need to. I just hand over the microphone.
Talk about being put on the spot. I've been listening since morning. We often don't have the privilege of just sitting, engaging, but also just listening. We're always so busy. So it's really been amazing to just sit and listen. So my name is Puleng Sekgalo and I come from UNISA. We work together with Bruce in a number of projects. Someone once said I was very clever. I knew so much until I went to school, right? And this speaks to what was said earlier, the assumption that when people go to school, they go in as if they are empty vessels, without a history, without knowledges from their families, from their communities. I once listened to my aunt, and she was looking at the sun, and this speaks to the example that was given earlier. And she was looking at the sun and where the sun was. And she started talking about the seasons. And she says, yeah, we can see now that the seasons are changing. Now we're moving from this season to that season, and we need to start thinking about, work that needs to be done. And I thought, wow, how come I don't know that? How come we are not taught that? And so this organic intellectualism that we have in our communities, that the disservice that often the universities make, the history of the universities, that when you go to university is where you go and gain knowledge. And yes, you do gain knowledge, but it does not mean that you also do not come with knowledge. The King was talking earlier about we gain a qualification, you go back to the community, what is it that you do with that knowledge? And the question that I would like to ask, Baba, or to add to that is, has the university equipped you enough to be able to have the tools that are relevant and that can speak to the challenges that are within our university? And so I think today many issues were engaged, many issues were discussed, and we have challenged one another. And I hope that as we go back to our communities, as we go back, for some of us, to our institutions, we need to pause a bit and engage that idea of time. I've just been shown that I have 1 minute. Again, the idea of time, that we have to write reports, we have to conclude a project, but understanding that the work that we are doing is a process. That transformation is a process. And this, in many ways, goes against some of the requirements of our institutions that are very administrative, deadline-driven. And so we need to be humble and to pause as institutions of higher learning and to be willing to listen. Obaba from Hope Revolution spoke about us listening, sitting with community members and listening. I come from psychology. I'm often not very proud to say so because the discipline of psychology often puts the problem in the person and not looking at the history, the structural issues, and not understanding what are some of the challenges and issues and histories that have led to a person making particular decisions in life. So if we humble ourselves and actually engage, truly engage, there's so much that we can gain as a community, as a people. And I think spaces like this offer us that opportunity. And I think it's a challenge to us as institutions to open the spaces more and work and engage with each other. This is one of the many, I think, options and possibilities that can offer us that. The example that was given of the picture speaks to the many ways in which we need to rethink knowledge production and how that looks like and how engagement looks like. When we perform, we learn. When we do poetry, we learn. And so knowledge production does not have to be confined to us just having engagements. Abo mama, when they're having amanyano, society, Stockfels, so much is shared there. So the wisdom of our elders, the wisdom of our communities are things that we need to open up to. In New Zealand, they call it the yarning, storytelling. What happens when we come together like this and share? And I think I shall pause here and thank you so much for the privilege.
Yeah, I think Prof. Sahalo actually did my closing for me. I don't think there's much for me to add, but to just add a few thank yous. So I wrote a little speech, because I'm not the best public speaker, unfortunately. So I'm going to do, it's going to seem like I'm reading a little bit, but basically I just want to start by thanking everyone for being here today. As we conclude day one of the Inside Out Engagement Festival 2023, I stand before you with gratitude and excitement. The event has been a celebration of engagement, signifying a paradigm shift in the role of universities in society. Our deepest thanks goes to the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Sibongile Mutwa, and the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Engagement and Transformation, Prof. Andre Kiet. Their unwavering support and commitment has been instrumental in realizing the vision of a socially just world through engaged universities, and we extend our heartfelt gratitude. A special thank you and acknowledgement to our director, Dr. Bruce Dahlmans. Your passion for collaborative social change has resonated in every aspect of this event. To our partners from the University of Bath, Prof. Rajani and Prof. Jürgen Enders, and our partners from UNISA, Prof. Sahalo, where's Taniko? Dr. Taniko Chauke, and Mr. Edgar, I don't know where Edgar is, over there. We express our sincerest appreciation. Your collaboration has been the cornerstone of this festival and embodying the spirit of convergence. A warm thank you to our international guests, Prof. Maura Adshed. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. And our COL colleagues, thank you so much for making your way and joining us. And to the representatives from South African universities, community engagement organizations, and exhibitors, your active participation has added depth and diversity to the conversations that we're here today. The engagement entities and community-based organizations that showcased have exemplified the heart of our shared commitment. The commitment to convergence, the commitment to coming together, the commitment to building something together. Our gratitude extends to the service providers who ensured the seamless execution of this event, to our guests from Mandela University, members of the public, and everyone present. Your enthusiasm and engagement have made this festival an extraordinary experience. In closing, the Inside Out Engagement Festival is not just an event, it's a declaration of a new era. It symbolizes our commitment to converged engagement, innovation, and transformation. And we invite each of you to be a part of this groundbreaking movement, exploring new horizons in engagement, and drawing inspiration from collaborative initiatives shaping the future. Thank you for being a part of this journey. As we depart, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, forging a path toward a more equitable, socially just world, where universities and communities collaborate, create, and innovate together. Thank you so much. Travel safely. Everybody, enjoy the rest of your day.
Oh, Toddy.